time he fought him, he son is good. Ward is good. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I'm very pleased with the students. Something physical, team.
I have the guts to tell people.
Hi, how are you? I'm Alice. It's nice to meet you. Hi. Thank God you guys are here. So alone. We go together. We like going together. We do too, but Marco decided not to show up today. Coach? No. Marco? Oh. He was here last. Yeah. And I had pneumonia last time. Oh, well, I'm dearly sorry about that. And our headmaster, yes. I don't even know what that's right? He was our middle school principal. She was like, yeah, I don't think we should come together. I don't know what we're coming to. Yeah, like, I don't want to be here. Why are there so many veterans here? I have no idea. But one of them said, friends, what do you think? It's okay, I'll stand with you. That's really uncomfortable. Nice to meet you. That's so weird. This is the superintendent. And I was like, hi. And Mr. was like, oh, this is the superintendent. I love it. Yeah, you really. He's very nice. That's very scary. Why are people here? Oh my God, there's so many people here.
We know a lot of people here. This is bad. Last time there was like we didn't know anyone.
So many
Apparently,
teachers
this is
here.
supposed to be they're deciding on the math, like from the math department.
That's
so
why-
all the math teachers from my school.
Oh,
are right
just
there.
so you know, my
Are you guys
mom.
both seniors?
Are
you a senior? Oh, okay. Yeah.
My parents are coming right after they get my mom from the train.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you do no cards too?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I was at Judge
Last time Marco
Guys,
had
how
this
much
like,
were you-
he had this like 7-page like typed out thing, and we were like,
oh my God.
doing?
We literally pulled it out of our asses. Like we were saying, oh yeah, we were saying, and like, oh yeah, so let's see, academically, what's going on, and then your partner had a like, Sue, how are you?
I'd like to call to order the Tuesday, December 11th, 2012 regular meeting of the Board of Education. And present at the moment is Jennifer Kennelly, John Convertito, Perry Lou, Jessica Gerber, myself, Philip Dwyer, Tim Kerry, and Sue Brand. I think we are also expecting Mr. Fattabine and Ms. Iacona as well. If I could ask you to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag For those who have grabbed an agenda, you know that this is a packed agenda with two major presentations as well as some required business items. We have a number of veterans in the room who have come specifically to listen to the discussion on the school calendar, which follows the two major presentations. And so I would ask the board if, out of deference to the veterans, and we could deal with the calendar issue up front, and then that might also make room for people who want to sit down in the chairs, that they are occupied. The veterans are welcome to stay here till 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night and listen to the rest of the meeting. But so if I could have a motion to suspend the rules and allow consideration and action on the 2013-2014 calendar to proceed following the Pledge of Allegiance, and then hear our student reports and place the committee and liaison reports just prior to public comments. Can I have such a motion? Mr. Carey?
So moved.
Mrs. Brand seconds it. Any discussion on the motion? It is a procedural, organizational motion, and so we don't normally take comments from the public on those type of motions. So if the board is ready to act, all in favor say aye. Aye. It's, Mrs. Brand?
Oh yeah, I said aye.
It's unanimous,
Actually, I'm going to abstain because I don't know what you were talking about.
with one abstention, Ms. Iacona. So therefore, I would refer you to enclosure number 4, which is the student calendar. and ask for a motion that is the recommended motion, that the Board of Education approve the 2013-14 student calendar as proposed, with the first day of school changed to August 27th, 2013. Do I have a motion? Mr. Kerry, do I have a second? Mr. Liu. So the maker of the motion gets the first crack at the conversation. So, Mr. Kerry, do you have any comments you wish to make?
Yes, just real briefly, and I'd like to defer and come back. But part of the conversation we had last time, it looks like was acted upon by the administration to move the start of school back 2 days to the 27th. I know there was mixed feelings by the members on the start date. For me, my key concern on the start date was that we were only having 2 days before going on a 3-day vacation. So how much of a routine are we getting the students into? How much do we have to reset again that following Tuesday? I'm open to the 27th date. I'm sensitive to some of the arguments made against it. I'd be just as happy starting the day after Labor Day if that would give us the 4-day ramp that would hopefully improve on that problem.
Thank you. Mrs. Cannelli, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. First of all, I'm opposed to the motion, but I would like to address first, and this is to the public and obviously with an interest to the large crowd gathering. I've heard from a few people, more than a few people, on the topic of Veterans Day, and I just felt in the interest of open disclosure, I'm the one who raised the issue, that the many veterans groups that are displeased with that topic being brought up, it was not brought up by the entire board, it was myself, and so I take responsibility for that. And while we're not going to have, I believe, unless somebody else is going to be making a motion about Veterans Day, I don't believe we're going to have a lengthy discussion of it up here at the board, because I will not be making a motion to make that day now a day of school observance. I simply wanted to explain one point, which is I am completely in agreement with veterans that Fairfield had been doing a poor job in the early 2000 time, especially upper grades, with teaching our children, the generation that's going to be continuing on and into their 20s and 30s, that are going to be teaching their children about this country, and that they're missing some critical fundamental lessons in civics about what veterans have done for the fabric of this country on so many fronts. And it is because I believe they are missing that lesson that I brought up the issue of school on Veterans Day. That in no size, shape, or form will you ever hear the issue brought up because I think we need to make up for a hurricane. That it is because we need to get out of school earlier in June. That was never the interest or the context with which I wanted to bring up that topic, but that I thought Fairfield schools needed to do a better job. As we would examine any aspect of our curriculum, this was an aspect that we needed to do a better job of teaching, and that I wanted to have a dialogue about how Fairfield could better teach that. But in the interest of everyone who's here, I just wanted to explain again, I'm the one who brought it up, and I would love to continue that conversation. Segueing back to the motion on the table, I am completely opposed to moving it 2 days earlier for 3 key reasons, which Mr. Convertito has brought up before. That being, I don't see August 27th as being a better issue in terms of the health of being in that building than mid-June, actually early June at this point, that by starting school 2 days earlier, that it then moves us out 2 days earlier in June, which I don't think is very educationally a good choice. I also disagree with the notion of therefore bringing faculty in those additional days earlier. I think it's one small thing that we can do for our faculty, which is to give them that last weekend as well, especially where I don't see there being a tremendous educational gain by making this change. And I don't think we have presented a very strong rationale for changing our calendar, and so I would not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. We've had kind of 2 different sides of that particular question, but before we address that particular question, are there any other changes that might be proposed by members to the proposed calendar? Mrs. Iacono.
Yes, I have 2 proposed changes. Mine does have to do with Veterans Day, but the exact opposite of what Mrs. Cannelli stated. But My simple change, I think, would be to recommend that we move the Professional Development Day, which is a half-day, February 4th, to February 13th, thus making it a half-day and then a long weekend. We did get several emails from people asking us to consolidate the amount of half-days and days off we have, and if that works for staff, and I'll ask Dr. Title if that's appropriate, then
That's one.
I think we should do that.
Is there a second one?
There is. I hear everything that you're saying through the chair to Mrs. Kennelly. However, I think that it's completely unfair to ask these veterans to come out year after year after year and beg for their day off. They've more than earned it, in my opinion. I think they can learn about Veterans Day and the service that these men and women did for our country the day before or the day after. I think it's very important that we give them the day off. And I think it's time that in Fairfield, we stop making them come to the Board of Education every year to make sure that they're going to get that federal and state holiday recognized for them. And as such, I am offering up a motion that, in accordance with Goal 5 of the Board of Education mission, goals, and objectives, understanding society values, I move that the Board of Education close school for Veterans Day as a matter of policy. Furthermore, I move that this issue be remanded to the Policy Committee per our bylaws, Section 8410, Article B, so that the committee can draft said policy and present it to our board at a regular meeting for adoption.
I don't think a motion is required. I'll just refer that to the Policy Committee as a result of Mrs. Iacona's recommendation, and ask the Policy Committee to review it and bring it back to the board as soon as you practically can.
I'm not asking for the Policy Committee to review it. I'm asking for the board to say that we're going to close school on Veterans Day as a matter of policy. I'm asking for the Policy Committee to then draft that up and bring it forward to the board.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. There is already a motion on the table.
Correct. Yes, correct.
right.
There's already a motion on the table to adopt this calendar, and so a motion that doesn't relate directly to the calendar wouldn't be in order. And number two, our
You
handbook.
asked for motions
Excuse me,
that are
Mrs.
coming
Iacono.
on the calendar.
Mrs. Iacono, please. And secondly, our handbook, clearly that we all voted for 9-0, says that we should not try and make a decision in the same night that it comes up. And so a recommendation that we adopt a policy regarding Veterans Day would, I think, fall into that category. So I'll rule that motion out of order, but I will still refer the issue to the Policy Committee to be brought back. So we have two issues that are on the table. One is about Professional Development Day, and one is about whether the 2 days early should be done. Are there any other changes proposed by the board?
It's not a change, it's,
Are those the only two issues that we are probably going to be just talking about? I just want to get a sense of other issues.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Is it possible for Ms. Iacono to bring her motion back to the table once this motion is off the table through a two-thirds vote? I believe the answer would be yes to that.
I mean, the answer is yes. I probably, out of deference to the group that is here, asked that that motion be brought back during our open board comment period rather than right now.
May I just comment on that thought?
I would accept the motion at that time, clearly.
I don't think it's fair to make them sit through the entire meeting for that.
But that's my ruling.
Sorry.
So let me first deal with the motion on the floor is the recommended motion. And so, Mrs. Iacono, do you want to make an amendment to that motion regarding the Professional Development Day?
Yes, if you could make that, if you could make such amendment, that'd be great if the secretary could draft something up.
so this is a friendly amendment to change the Professional Development Day from Tuesday, February 4th to... Okay. This would be a friendly amendment to change the Professional Development Day on Tuesday, February 4th to Thursday, February 13th.
Do I have a second for that motion?
Friendly amendment, he has to accept it. He moved.
Right? Okay. So discussion on that amendment?
Can I make a point on that?
Dr. Title.
Yeah, first of all, that is an early dismissal for elementary only. And if you'll notice that our other days for elementary PD are on Tuesdays, because that's the contractual day that the teachers stay late anyways. So what that does is gives us a long block of professional development at the elementary level on a Tuesday that runs till, say, 5 o'clock. So the kids get out early, it still gives us a good chunk of time for PD. If we do that on a Thursday, it kind of shortens that window a little bit. So I think that's why those half days, early dismissal days for elementary, are on Tuesdays.
Any other comments?
So through the chair, can everybody hear me? Is this on? Okay. So Tuesday the 4th, they would be running from roughly in the elementary schools 1:40 till what time for professional development?
About 5 o'clock.
And if we moved it to the 13th, they would be done around 3:30, is my assumption, right?
Correct.
So they would lose an hour and a half of professional development in that.
Well, they would still have it would split it up. You'd have the hour on you'd still have the till 5 o'clock on the 4th. You'd have the hour and a half after, and then you'd have, it'd split it up between the 2 days rather than having a concentrated chunk on one day.
And
So
again, through the chair, is it your opinion that that would be less effective than leaving it on the 4th?
I think it'd be less effective.
Do you have any further comments that you want to make?
No.
Other comments on this amendment to the motion concerning Professional Development Day? Are you ready to vote? Okay. If you,
No, I meant public.
yeah, true. Are there,
Mr.
you're not ready?
I'm not ready.
Okay.
Make a comment, though. This is a motion to,
We are voting on the amendment only, which is the amendment
Right,
to
to-
move the Professional Development Day from the 4th to the 13th.
and is that a combined motion with the movement of the?
No, it's just, it's,
So it's not an amendment? It's good. So we're going to vote on this standalone, whether to move the development
it's an
day,
amendment
not in
to the- It's an
combination.
amendment to the main motion.
But the main motion is to move the calendar, so I'm trying to, I'm a little confused how you amend, you had a main motion on the floor, which was the calendar itself. You had an amendment to that, which was to move the beginning of this school year.
No,
and then-
move, if I can, moving the school year forward 2 days is part of the main motion, the recommended motion as it's shown on your agenda.
It's how it's written, Paul. It's inclusive.
It's inclusive of that. So the main motion includes moving it forward 2 days. This is an amendment to that main motion concerning the Professional Development Day. Ms. Brand, did you have a question?
No, I
Okay.
just was,
Do we have any members of the public which would like to comment on the amendment only, which is moving the Professional Development Day? Seeing none walking forward, is the board ready to vote? All in favor of the amendment to move the Professional Development Day from the 4th to the 13th, raise your hands, please. All opposed? It is unanimous. And no abstentions, so it's unanimous. So we're back to the main motion and the debate as to whether to move school forward 2 days or not. Adopting the main motion will have accomplished that, and you'll move the school year forward 2 days. Those members who may not want to do that would have to amend this motion in order to start school as normally scheduled. If you'll recall, at the last meeting, Dr. Title was neutral on a variety of calendar issues, and this is one of them. Mr. Convertito.
Yeah, having heard from many people out there by email and phone call, I would move that the main motion be amended so that the school year starts on August 29th, back to the original proposal with the staff reporting on the 26th. I think to move it up to 2 days doesn't really gain us anything. And again, if all else was and we had no snow days and no cancellations, we'd be going on a one day, which it would be June 9th.
Can I get you to make the motion, and then
Sure.
we'll have the arguments?
I move that that the main motion be amended.
And can I make a suggestion, if I could, Mr. Convertito? I think the last phrase with the first day of school changed to August 27th, if we simply put a period there and eliminated that phrase, it would accomplish.
Okay.
If you took a look at it. would
Then
you
I will
agree with
move
me?
that the last sentence of the main motion be stricken.
The last 6 or 7 words is what I think Mr. Convertito mentioned.
I'm sorry, I don't,
Period after as proposed.
as proposed. Got it.
Then the
Okay.
balance of the words
Thank
would be
you.
stricken. And do I have a second for that motion? Mrs. Brand. Discussion on the amendment and the amendment only, the 2 different viewpoints as to whether to move school forward. Mr. Convertito, have you any further comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, I'll speak to the amendment only. I don't think moving the school, start of the school day year up 2 days buys us anything. And as one person put it, if we try and, work out all the what-ifs in our calendar, we'll be here until the end of June trying to figure that out. So I think the start date being the 29th, staff reporting on the 26th, given that we have a late end this year as to June 28th, I don't see forcing staff to come back the 22nd of August. The reason we eliminated February vacation was so kids and staff would not be in the schools when it's hot, and now we're moving into one of the year, and I just think that's counterproductive.
Do we have any viewpoints that would say, no, let's move the school day forward 2 days? Mr. Carey?
Not necessarily 2 days, Mr. Dwyer, but I would just want to take the temperature to see if we could, again, the ramp and getting the kids into school for 4 days instead of 2 would be my primary concern. As I mentioned earlier, if we had a start date of the 3rd versus the 27th, and if we moved that direction, I'd be interested to see if there's any other board members that share that concern. If not, then I'll table my concern. Regarding Mr. Convertito's arguments, I don't think the mean temperature in August between the 27th and the 29th is going to be vastly different, although I would be concerned moving into late September, the temperature on the 3rd floor of Fairfield High School, so separate issue. But would anyone else be interested in potentially trying to get us 4 days strung together, making the last day the 15th of the year as opposed to the 13th?
Any other conversation on the amendment and the amendment only, and that might include whether Mr. Carey's idea has any consideration you'd like to make? Yeah, Mrs. Cannelli.
I think it's an intriguing concept. I'm not sure. I would have one more point to say in favor of Mr. Convertito's amendment, which is overwhelmingly anybody I heard from who was interested in moving the school 2 days forward married that statement with and returned February break. And that I think it's important the public understands that unless a motion comes up, I believe February break for the 2013-2014 school year is not going to be reinstated, and that moving this 2 days forward is having no impact on February, and important to separate those two.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Mrs. Iacona?
I agree. And when I originally supported this, it was with the thinking that we had February break. And the light bulb went off, and I remember we don't have February break anymore. So I'm fine with keeping the school date on the 29th.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Mrs. Gerber?
Well, I guess just through the chair to Mr. Carey, so one other thing you were thinking of, if you didn't go back to the 27th, would be to move forward to Tuesday the 3rd. Is that correct?
Correct. Again, my
Right, but
concern is exactly the start date, but get the kids into the routine instead of having 2 days on,
Right.
3 days off.
Right, it's this, I just looked, and is that actually, that week is a 3-day week because we have the Thursday off for Rosh Hashanah. So, just pointed that out.
Touche. Thank you.
Any further discussion among the board for the student calendar relative to this amendment to put a period at the end of the word proposed and eliminate the words with the first day of school change to August 27th? Any further discussion? If none, Do we have members of the public which would like to speak to the amendment and the amendment only about changing the 2 days? Seeing nobody walking forward. Oh. Is there somebody coming forward?
Yep. Yes.
Ah, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Anna Pascal, representing the FEA and the 975 certified teachers. A couple of things. In more than 4 decades of teaching, I can count on one hand the number of years that we've exceeded 5 days, snow days, whatever. Hurricane Gloria back in the 80s, Blizzard Laura in the 70s. In the early 2000s, we had a bad winter. We had to dig into April, but we did have a February. Last year and this year are very atypical. And I asked the board to focus on the many years that we survived with 5 days or less. You have 7 days built in already. I understand your reaction and your concern given the 2 starts that we've had, so I know where you're coming from. But I'd like you to be mindful of the fact that with no February vacation and an extremely stressful March, CMTs and capped, staff would like that restored, but I know they want to go there. So with 7 days already there, to allow the calendar back even 2 days more so that you can have 9 days, ask yourself, what happens to the learning curve if those days are not used and the kids leave in early June and they return in August? And they will expect us to make that up. So as members of the board, I would ask you to please focus not on the 2 years, but on the many years before that. And if need be, somehow we'll rescue it if we have a relapse again, but I don't think we will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see nobody else coming forward. So back to the board. Any final comments? And if not, are you ready to vote on the amendment and the amendment only? Again, restating it to put a period at the end of word proposed and eliminate the words with the first day of school change to August 27th, 2013, which has the effect of the main motion now mirroring the attached schedule as it was originally presented.
Starting the 29th.
Right.
Starting the 29th, correct. Can I have a vote? All in favor of the amendment to eliminate those last words? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 in favor, but Mr. Kerry is voting no. Okay. The motion passes, so the main motion now is that the Board of Education approve the 2013-2014 student calendar as proposed, period. Any final comments from the board on that? If not, I'll go to the public. Do we have members of the public that wish to speak? Mr. Quinn.
All right. Good evening. I'm John Quinn, resident of Monroe Street in Fairfield. I'm also commander of Post 143 of the American Legion. I'm here to talk to you about Veterans Day. We served yesterday, we served today, and we'll be here serving tomorrow. We just finished collecting 1,000 toys for the Fairfield Police Benevolent Association to give out to kids at Bridgeport Hospital. And we did that with the cooperation of McKinley School, of North Stratfield, and especially Stratfield School. The kids were fantastic. And we all highlighted for a lot of trips that we take every Veterans Day, or before or after the holiday, which we justly deserve, by the way. These are some of the notes that I get, okay, from the kids. I'll just read this one. Thank you for coming to Stratfield School and for telling us about yourselves. It was nice seeing you and singing songs with you. We liked your uniforms, okay? The uniforms are a killer every time. Thank you for protecting our country. Love, Class KR. I want to say thank you to the teachers and the principal of the schools that do participate and teach about Veterans Day. To your point, Ms. Kennelly. Okay? We need to do more of that. And we'll stand up and be counted and help during that. But there's one letter, which if I can read without breaking up, I'd like to, from a teacher at Stratfield. Dear veterans, we want to thank you for visiting our school. We enjoyed hearing about how you served our country in the different branches of the military. Thank you for sharing your stories with us. We can't imagine what the United States would be without brave individuals like all of you. We think of you every morning when we say the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you for keeping us free. Thank you very much, and please keep Veterans Day as a holiday.
Thank you very much. Could state your name and address, please.
Roger Crossland, 220 Colonial Drive, Fairfield, Connecticut, Captain, United States Navy, retired. For those here present who don't understand the context of the veterans' concern, on the November 27th meeting, hour 1 minute 54 or so, discussion began on adding and subtracting days to the student calendar. After about 11 minutes of discussion, one of the members wanted to speak on Veterans Day. The context had to have been adding or subtracting a day from the calendar, not enhancing veterans' awareness. Society has allowed holidays to evolve to accomplish two purposes. First, to recognize the social contributions of certain groups and individuals, or to recognize certain noteworthy events. Second, to educate the general population about certain noteworthy people or events. Holidays reflect the society's values and are part of an educational scheme. I'm pretty sure a majority of the board understands the purpose and value of Veterans Day as an observed holiday. I'm pretty sure a majority of the board understands that it is counterproductive to have a school system deny veterans their due recognition. I'm not sure why this issue keeps coming up, and sometimes obliquely. This issue was hotly contested during the 2005-2007 time period. Observance of the holiday was reinstated. Non-observance of the holiday was brought up just last year and voted down once more. It was brought up at this November's meeting, and yet the issue was not noticed to the public or to veterans groups. I describe this as a chronic problem, continually readdressing a settled issue. Why do we have to fight this battle yearly? If that is the way it's going to be, I assure you, Fairfield veterans are going to turn their efforts up a notch and take a particular interest in the Board of Education Affairs. We are a disciplined group with a demonstrated ability to achieve goals. I'd suggest that veterans, more than most people, have long memories. Forget what we've done in the past, and you will learn what we will do in the future. I'd further suggest that we veterans are going to get increasingly irritable, especially when the overwhelming majority of the board agrees with us. I'm asking the board to give public notice of any further discussion of eliminating Veterans Day from the student calendar and as an observed holiday, and that the 5 Fairfield veterans organizations also be noticed. I would be glad to provide the board with their mailing addresses. I think this has simply been a problem of a board member not doing her homework. I think the board as a group understands the sensitivity of this issue,
Mr.
and I
Crossland,
thank
may I
you for
interrupt you
remaining
for one moment?
steadfast. Thank you.
I've maintained a pretty consistent policy just in the 2 times I've been at the chair, is that when the public comment on a member of the board or one of our staff, that type of comment is not accepted. So if I would ask you to, I know that you're done, but just to remind you that we generally do not accept, and we do not accept comments directed at an individual board member. Thank you. I allowed the first 2 speakers a little bit more latitude on the 2 minutes because it's my understanding that by moving the issue forward so that we could accommodate the standing room crowd that is there for another issue, that we may not have every veteran in the room standing up to speak, but anybody that wishes to speak may, but I'll start enforcing the 2-minute.
I only have a half a page.
Thank you.
My name is Ron Drew. I've lived in Fairfield 30 years. I live at 187 Orchard Hill Lane. Okay, I'm a combat veteran, three and a half tours of duty in Vietnam, treated like junk when I got home, and we're not doing it to the current veterans, which is a great thing. Okay, why Veterans Day is an important holiday? Veterans Day is important for many reasons, but being a veteran, I think the most important answer is when I served this country, I saw terrible things. Okay, I lived through terrible things. I had to do terrible things that kept me awake for months after I returned home. Okay, I did these things because I and many other veterans, some of them not here, by the way, I went to war with there was 4 of us that went to war. Only me came back. The other 3, I had to bring bodies back. So Veterans Day is very important to me. Okay, we sacrificed our lives, and we did not, when we did not have to. We answered the call so that you could be free and have meetings like this to celebrate the holidays and decide when you wanted to do with the calendar. Okay, we did not do these things because it was a cool thing to do. Okay, a lot of times when I talk to the children in school, the first question is, how many people did you kill? Okay, it's terrible that they think that way, and I think that training has got to be what war is all about and what war shouldn't be. Why do we do that? Okay, we did this because this is a great country, and I love living here, and I love keeping it free. Okay, some of us are no longer here to celebrate. As we know, Memorial Day celebrates the dead. Okay, myself, Tom, and many others in this room, we do the Memorial Day parade. We don't get to march. We make sure that all the citizens and the kids can enjoy the parade. We've done it for years. Okay, I'm sure that you wouldn't want the parade to go away. Okay, so that's why I'm saying Veterans Day is really to celebrate and to respect all of the veterans, whether they're dead or alive. Okay, little statistics here, and then I'll end it. In Vietnam, over 58,000 men and women died. That's the population of Fairfield. Think of it. From Westport to Bridgeport, if we leveled everything, everybody died. That's what Vietnam did to us. Total wars, we've had 1.3 million veterans that have died, and it's counting. God bless that Marine that died.
Thank you very much.
So that's all I want to say, but you know, I agree with him. We shouldn't have to come back here every year.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address.
Timothy Kelly, 116 Long Dean Road, Fairfield. I was at the last meeting when we contested this, so I'll be short. You look around Fairfield, you don't see anything except that honor roll on the town green that Bill Lee put up. And I'm the past state commander of the DAV. I've been to every town, basically every town in the state, and they got statues to the doughboys, to the World War II guys, even Korea guys from the unknown war are recognized. Fairfield has nothing, not blaming the Board of Education for that, but to come up and invite us to the school for one day, I've done it. It's been some of the most horrible things in my life. You get there and you're ready to talk to high school kids, you get third graders or second graders, they're not ready for what we have to say. And there's no nice way to answer some questions. Some high schools have been told not to ask, have you killed somebody? Because a lot of us, I'm 65 years old, it still haunts me to this day. And some questions trigger these hauntings. Although I'll still go and I'll talk to the schools. But that's any day of the year, not just Veterans Day or the day after, the day before. I think in the criteria, you should have a whole block on all the wars, not just one war. And I believe somebody's phone is cutting me off, so that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. State your name and address, please.
Adele Josvitz, 126 Rosemere Ave. Also, the Library Media Specialist at North Strathfield. I'm speaking as an educator. Every year at our school, and I know at various other schools, we have Veterans Day programs where the children have the opportunity to thank veterans. And just so you know, next year, it's November 8th, and you're all invited to come. It's an amazing program where children learn about what have happened on their level. We're in elementary school, and understand that when Veterans Day comes, they know what the wreath line is. When you see a veteran, to say thank you. This is what we're here to do. And just as we honor other people, the veterans are here to show us that we're here for peace in the world, not only war, but we're here for peace and wonderful things also. So it's true, this issue to come up every year is painful, but if it needs to be done, the representation will be here. But I know at our school and at other schools, our children are being educated on our veterans, and they're being educated on what it is to serve our country. And I'm hopeful that there will be many students who serve their country because they are proud of the freedoms that they have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Myro, and I live at 196 Stevenson Road in Fairfield. And I am employed as a paraprofessional for the Fairfield school system. I come from a strong military family. My father and his brothers served in World War II. My uncle was killed in Pearl Harbor. My brothers served in Vietnam, and my sister-in-law graduated from West Point. My brother Danny retired from the United States Army after giving more than 20 years of his life to the military. He served several tours of duty overseas. Korea, Vietnam, Germany, Africa, and Nicaragua was just a few of them. Several of his tours were in war-torn areas. He saw and did things no human should ever have to experience in their life. He was a soldier who loved his country and fought for the freedom that we continue to enjoy today. Not only was he awarded 2 Purple Hearts, he was also awarded several Meritorious Service Medals with oak leaf clusters, Army Commendation Medals with oak leaf clusters, as well as a Bronze Star. My brother Danny took his life 6 years ago. He is now buried in Arlington National Cemetery. This is just one story about the countless men and women who have served this wonderful country of ours. In September of this year, Congressman Jim Himes presented me with my brother's medals. Not only was this to bring closure to my family, but it was also to bring attention to the veterans, new and old, suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome. Congressman Himes stated, and I quote, "Too many of our veterans are coming home and feeling alone, to the point of where the country is losing more military through suicide rather than war." As an employee of the school system, we celebrate President's Day, Martin Luther King Day, by remembering the wonderful things that these people have done for this country of ours.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but are you almost finished?
I am.
Thank you.
I ask you, why do the servicemen and women deserve any less? Veterans Day is their day. It covers all walks of life and shows no boundaries, rich, poor, young, old, Caucasian, African American, Native American, Asian, Middle Eastern, men and women. Please show them that they are not alone and that they have the respect from us that they deserve. We owe them that. Because of them, we have our freedom.
Thank you very much. In that Veterans Day question is not technically part of this motion, and we only accept public comment on the motion in front of us, but out of deference to the veterans who are here and their families, we did want to hear from them. But can I ask if this would be the last speaker on the Veterans Day question?
I don't know if anybody after me.
I don't know. I'm just asking because, again, out of deference to the veterans, we moved this issue forward because we recognize that we have a whole lot of people here on another issue who aren't able to sit down, so I'm trying to move the agenda forward, that's all. So please speak.
Oh, all right.
My name's Diane DeVault. I'm a teacher at North Stratfield School. This is my 43rd year in Fairfield. I have a son who was deployed to Iraq in 2003. He did come home, for which I'm thankful. I did work for the Marine Corps to help train people to help families in case of deployment. We were deployed. Imploring that we keep Veterans Day as a day of honor. Like Thanksgiving and some of the other holidays Mrs. Meyer mentioned, we celebrate in our own way. When this came up a few years ago, I talked to my son about this because a comment was made from someone that, well, kids only go shopping. They mentioned it to him. He said, well, that's what we fought for. So that gave me a different perspective. I would like to keep the issue of our curriculum, having our civics taught in our schools as separate from the Day of Honor for our veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Out of deference to past chair of this board, I will permit one more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But you'll still have to stay within the 2 minutes.
I'm Jim Lee. I live on Encore Road. I was a member of this board until 2007, and I was its chairman a few times. When I was growing up, a World War II veteran was a guy in his 30s, and he was probably your father or the head of almost any household up and down the street. After, in the fullness of time, but that's not the case anymore, and our society's become different in that respect. In the fullness of time, I became a veteran myself, and I thought, great, I'll get November 11th off. Everybody else will have to work unless they want to wait on me hand and foot. But like most government programs, it didn't work out that way. And I thought about it some more, and when I was on the board, I went to a Veterans Day observance on the town green. I counted one year 3 school children, and I had made one of them come. And I didn't think that was a way to educate what at the time was 9,000 kids about Veterans Day. I think the way to teach kids is in school. And if the significance of the day is its date, then maybe you should be doing that teaching on November 11th. But when we did that, a controversy arose, and Captain Crosland alluded to it. What I think would be a good thing is to come up with a developed plan and to have the dialogue that Ms. Kennelly spoke of with the veterans organizations. And then if it looks like it'll work and people will be happy with it, go with it. But I think I agree with Captain Crosland that raising it obliquely as in the context of adopting a whole calendar is going to get you into the wrong fight.
Thank you very much. Back to the board. Are we ready for action on the motion? Mrs. Gerber. We'll make it part of the record, but if I can move on to a vote. Sure. Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Point of order,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, maybe she could just say who the letter's from so that part's on the record.
Happy to.
All right. The letter was from David Sturgis, 375 Warner Hill Road, Southport, and he was in favor of keeping November 11th as a day off from school. And I'll put the rest of it into the record.
And we'll make copies of that so that it becomes part of the record and available to board members. Okay, so we're back to the main motion, which reads that the Board of Education approve the 2013-14 student calendar as proposed with a period. All in favor, raise your hands. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next issue, I wonder if I could ask the veterans who are here who came out in support of the speakers and our decision to stand up so that we might give them a round of applause.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, I just asked for clarification on something.
Sure.
I just want to make certain that you want me to wait till open board comment to present my motion for making it a policy that we don't have Veterans Day.
My preference would be to do that out of deference to the AON representatives who are here to make their presentation, and also the mothers and fathers who are here to listen to the math presentation, that this is essentially an organizational matter and might more appropriately be dealt with during the open board concept.
I would be happy
So the answer is yes.
I would be happy to do that if you think that you could just make sure that this gets to policy quickly and gets back to us quickly. I don't feel the need to put it, to add the motion to the agenda then.
Okay.
May I have your assurance that you will foster getting that through policy?
Previously stated, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
So if the veterans who are leaving could do so quietly so that we can have the other seats taken by those who are here for the other presentations, and I would turn this over to Dr. Teitel or whoever is making the AON presentation.
Hey, I have put this on the agenda last year in December in advance of the budget coming out in January because health insurance has been such a difficult issue for us to get our arms around for the last couple of years, particularly this year because of the experience that our guests are going to talk about. This is going to be the single biggest driver of costs in our budget going forward to the town. And so I really felt like the board needed some time to digest this and understand it, and so when, in mid-January, when you get my budget, you'll know why this large number is sitting there in the health insurance line. So the first part of the presentation, we have our consultants that you've met before. They were here a year ago, Carlton Lindgren and Steve Ribeiro, and they're going to talk through the enclosure one, the first 5 pages that have the Aon Hewitt logo on it. And then Doreen Munsell is going to take you through the medical insurance profit and loss summary page, which is the next page, which translates all of the Aon work into how this may impact, will impact our budget. Right? So we've got them over there with 2 microphones, so I don't know if Steve or Carlton's going to start, but we'll start with the Aon folks, and then we'll have whatever time you have for questions. The questions will either be answered by myself, Steve, Carlton, or Doreen, depending on the nature of the question. Okay?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go through the 5-page presentation. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the first 2 pages. And I guess we can do this any way you'd like. I'm going to go through the mathematics of the workup of the budget numbers. I think it's probably the best idea if you ask your questions while I'm going through it, because if you don't understand something and I keep going, it's not going to help you. So feel free to ask questions as I'm moving through the presentation.
And if I'm looking at the speaker and don't catch somebody, like, wave your hand bigger. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. The first page,
And while While you're getting ready, I see that the chairman of our Board of Finance is in the room and may be here just to listen to the presentation, but I'll, out of courtesy to him, declare him as a resource to the board should he actually want to ask a question and/or make any comment at the appropriate time.
Okay, sorry. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, okay. Page 1 outlines I think it was the latest 18 months of paid claim information by line of coverage. The medical paid claims are in those first 3 columns. The prescription drug claims are in the next 3. The dental claims are in the next 3, and then the last 3 are the sum of all coverages. The claims are broken up by active and retiree populations. Down at the bottom, we show the averages of the latest 3, 6, 9, and 12 months. Okay, now these are claims that we get. We get the claim information from each of the respective vendors. We sum it on one page. Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you want me?
Please do. Although you'll hear me say this several times, though, the Aon report is being received a month earlier than we did last year, which is part of what the board asked for, is a little bit earlier engagement with the budget process. But again, you see the audience that is out there that is probably not here to look at the Aon report. And so please ask questions, but I don't want to allow too much time for the Aon discussion tonight. Mrs. Brand.
Thank you. My concern is that it is a huge expenditure for the board and has an impact on the board and the town. The reason I interrupted was just to take note of the fact that if we look at the most recent 4 months and compare them to the years prior, we're seeing quite an increase in claims.
Correct.
Or certainly the total amount. Did we also see that increase prior to those 5 months?
I noticed a significant increase in claim activity from December of 2011 to current.
So it's been going longer than just the 4 months.
Above and beyond just the last 4 months of this active policy year, right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Page 2 represents head counts that developed those claims. And again, we show them by the medical, prescription, and dental. And again, summarize those over the latest 3, 6, and 9, and 12 months. So this is just the basis, the paid claims and the head counts for the development of the budget projection. Okay? Page 3 is actually an update to the budget projection that we made in the prior year. So this is for fiscal year 11-12. That budget was done in October of, I'm sorry, 12-13. Yeah, I'm sorry, 12-13. So this was done in October of the prior year. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is to say, let's see where we are in terms of how the budget was set for this fiscal year. Are we ahead of budget, behind budget? Okay, so do you want me to go I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Convertito.
Yeah, if I can just back you up one page.
Sure.
On page 2, when we see the total, last column, that's the total number of claims?
On page 2?
Yes.
No, those are head counts, contracts.
Those are contract amounts?
Number of
No,
employees.
number of employees.
Okay.
Yep.
So do you have any indication whether it's total number of claims that has gone up or the cost per claim that has gone up?
Both have gone up. Yeah, you don't see that here. Okay. Back to page 3. I'm not sure exactly how you want me to go through this, but I think what I'll do is go through the mathematics of the active column under the Anthem Medical RX. The math is the same for all of the columns across, but I think it's important that you understand each component. I'll do it quickly. Please stop me if you have questions. The experience period paid claims are going to come from page 1. That is the latest 12 months of paid claims that we know for the active population, active medical population. Okay, that's 17,237,000. That's a gross claim number. Of that number, there were $272,000 of claims in excess of the individual stop-loss limit. Stop-loss is, it's an insurance policy that's purchased by self-insured employers to protect against catastrophic illness. So there's an individual deductible on each person. And if their claims go above and beyond that individual deductible, it's no longer the responsibility of the Fairfield Board of Education. It's picked up by the stop-loss carrier, if you will. So it's insurance on top of the self-insured plan that you already have.
Phil, I'm waving.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. We actually, I believe it was a couple of years ago, changed our stop loss for 150,000 to 300,000.
Correct.
But it's my understanding that we haven't seen a preponderance of claims in that range. It isn't like what caused this increase isn't an increase in claims for the 150 to 300,000 dollar mark, correct?
No.
Oh, I'm incorrect?
Yeah, you are incorrect.
Oh, okay.
In fact, it's almost solely due to, well, I shouldn't say that. It's due to a significant increase in large claimants.
Okay.
Not necessarily in that band, but we consider a large claimant anything in excess of $50,000. Okay. So there are a significant number of claimants in that range, significantly more than there were in the prior year.
I guess it's okay. So you're telling us that the change in the stop loss actually had an impact on what we're now
Changing the stop loss had no impact at all.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asking.
Okay,
I want to
yeah.
make sure that isn't the cause of the increase.
It is not, absolutely
Okay,
not.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay. So you have to remove those claims in excess of the stop loss limit. That would give you line 3, experience period net paid claims. For lack of a better word, trend is medical inflation. That's very oversimplified. There's a lot of different components of trend, but if there was a claim last year, it was $100. Next year, we expect it to be 107 to 109, based on whatever trend numbers you're going to use. So we trend those claims forward, get $17,747,000. We divide it by the head counts that were responsible for developing those claims. That's the 1,268. Gives you a per capita claim of $13,997. Multiply that by the projected head counts that you see going forward, 1,282, $17,940,000 in claims. To that, we have to add the 3 components underneath, the administrative charges, and that's the direct pass-through from Anthem or whatever vendor to adjudicate claims, and it's the administrative costs of the healthcare carrier. Network access fees are the charge by the carrier again for them to maintain the network that you folks go to for physicians and such. And then the stop-loss charge, $487,000, that's the premium that you pay for that protection against claims that are in excess of that individual deductible. Comes to $19,265,000. When we set the budget for the 2012-13 fiscal year, that number was projected to be $17,086,000. So it's $2,178,000 higher than what we had expected, or 12.7%. So what this means is on the active medical piece, you're already 12.7 percentage points behind the 8 ball.
Sorry. Phil?
And the good news is?
There isn't any.
Yeah. Do we have any clusters, or do we know why? Do we have any particular clusters or patterns to tell us what's happening and why this is happening?
Well, we don't have, we will eventually be able to look at utilization data. In other words, were your people overutilized in the emergency room, or were there so many more surgeries this year and so forth? We don't have access to that data yet. We will. But right now I can tell you, and I have it in here somewhere. There were, in this current period, there were 53 claimants in excess of $50,000 to the tune of $6,756,000. In the prior year was most of the experience period that we used to initially project the 2012 budget. There were 37 claimants to the tune of $3,143,000. So your large claim activity has gone up by about $3,500,000.
I guess that's why I'm asking if there's a pattern to this. I'd like to know what we're dealing with.
And we will eventually be able to get to that, but right now, all I can tell you is kind of the gross numbers as to why, but not the specifics behind why.
Thank you. Move on. We have two questions over here, Mr. Convertito, then Mrs. Kennelly.
I just want to be clear on this. This is from July 1, 2012, your projection through July 1, 2013. So you're projecting out the next 6 months, and this is the net effect of that projection?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're updating the current year, the year that we're currently in.
Mrs. Kennelly.
This line for the pro for the stop loss, does that go significant? I mean, how much does that change as if we made decisions to change that level of our coverage?
Right. I'll tell you, I have that with me too. Hold on one second. When we changed it in 2011, we changed it on July of 2011 from 150 to 300,000. At the time, the $150,000 stop loss charge was $965,000, and the $300,000 individual stop loss limit was $415,000. So it was a $550,000 difference in the premium that you'd pay for the coverage at that lower level. Now, as a result of having a horrendous large claim year, you broke even. You saved $550,000, but the difference in claims between $150,000 and $300,000 for those individual claimants was about $550,000. So
Thank
in
you
years
very much.
past, though, had we done this and the same pattern had followed in years past, you'd have been, somewhere between 0 and 550 ahead of the game.
Thank you. Continue? Do you have it?
All righty.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carey had a question.
Just to clarify what you just said, so basically, instead of prepaying, we're paying on actual experience.
Right, right.
Thank you.
Because that, the level of, your responsibility goes up as the stop loss limit goes up, so yeah. So overall, if you look at the bottom number on the right-hand side of this page, it shows all three coverages combined are 9.1% behind the 8 ball, or about a total of $2,245,000. Okay, so we projected $24,750,000. We expect it now to come in at $26,996,000. Okay. The next page is basically the exact same mathematics, except that we trend the experience period claims out another 12 months, because we're now trying to figure out what your budget is for the 13-14 year. Okay, so if you look at the first line in gray, line number 15, all the way on the right-hand side, it's $29,150,726. That's the new budget projection for the 13-14 year. And if you compare that to what the budgeted number was for 12-13 of $24,750,000, it's a $4.4 million increase, or 17.8%.
Can you explain line 14, because that's a new one?
Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read exactly what the ACA reinsurance fee is. Actually, I don't have to do that. It's basically a charge that's levied on every self-funded policyholder in the state. It goes right from your pocket into Anthem's pocket, back to the federal government's pocket, who then turns around and gives it to the state of Connecticut to run the state health exchange. Okay, so it's really just basically a pass-through. Every self-funded client in Connecticut is going to fund the Connecticut exchange.
And that is a new law.
That's a new law. It's effective January of 2014. Anthem estimates the charge to be $16.30 per employee per month.
Thank you. Questions? Mrs. Brand.
The projection that you're using, you're again assuming that we have the $300,000 stop loss?
300, yep.
Okay. The only concern I have If we had 1 year where we did have incidents, and then the second year where we did not have them, I don't know what that does to our risk moving forward, given the fact that we've had an increase. I
Right.
just don't know in terms of risk if this is the same thing that we should continue with, or we should consider changing it.
Well, I mean, given the size of this group and the claim volume, 300,000 is probably more appropriate than 150. And to go back to 150 now, after having a year where, because the stop-loss reinsurers would look at your claim experience, and they're going to see those claimants in excess of 150, and they're going to not be very kind to you when they provide you with the premium numbers. So
Yeah, I just
going
wonder,
backwards is usually not an option.
we broke even 1 year. I just want to make sure that what we're looking at is going to be secure moving forward.
Right. And stop loss is one of those things that's really unpredictable, quite frankly, because the nature of catastrophic illness is not such that it's all that predictable on a group this size. I mean, if you were 20,000 lives,
I think
you
we're
wouldn't have
seeing
any
that.
you wouldn't have any stop loss, right?
Yeah.
So, and if you look at the last, we looked at the last 10 years, 10 or 11 years. Had you had 300 for the last 11 years, you'd have been in much better shape.
Go on to the next page, or Mr. Convertito?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just want to go step by step through this. So the 4,399,000 is what you're projecting the next fiscal budget should include as an increase?
Correct. If the budget right now, if the budget for the 12-13 year is 24,750,000, for the 13-14 year, it would need to be 29,150. So it's an increase of 4,399,000.
And then, through the chair to Dr. Title, that does not include the $2 million shortfall that we're projecting for this year?
Right. If you can, wait a minute, we're going to walk through how that plays out into the budget number with Doreen. I just need to clarify that the last two pages are slightly different, and then we're going to get on to, I think, the profit and loss statement.
Right. The last two pages are slightly different. On page 4, if you look on line number 5, you'll see an annual, especially in the medical. The medical is the only thing that changes. You'll see an annual trend figure of 7%. And that was based on a study that we did over the last 10 or 11 years specific to the Fairfield Board of Education. So we're using what we call a client-specific trend, if you will. There are some factors that you take into consideration before you go ahead and do that, whether you have a good reserve position and so forth. The last page, page 5, you'll see that on that same line 5 under the medical, the annual trend is 9.2. 9.2 is what the Aon Hewitt actuaries would tell me to use if we weren't going to look at your case-specific trend. Now, having said that, we used 7% last year, and it didn't turn out to be 7%. It turned out to be quite a bit higher.
And the prior year also was not 7%, correct?
The last year was the first year we used 7.
Right. So what was the percentage that we had the prior year?
It was in the mid-9s.
Okay.
I'm not sure of it off the top of my head, but
I guess what I'm saying is we've been trending the last couple of years higher.
yeah. Well, I did the actual trend rates year over year for the past 10 or 11. This year, it looks like it's going to be 13.2, which, and we used 7 in our calculations, so it's quite a bit higher. But the year prior to that was minus 0.7, 3.4, 5, 2.1. So for the last 5 years, you've only had 1 in double digits.
Sue, if I remember the discussion last year, that we felt comfortable with the 7 because of the lower numbers that
Right.
we had been experiencing, and of course, as soon as you count on something, the world changes.
Yeah.
But also because we had a 2 times the IBNR.
Right.
We felt we had a sufficient reserve that in case we had a bad year, we could cover it. That was
You had,
Yeah, we were
you had
buffered.
funds to cover in
It turned
case
out-
what happened.
See.
Yeah.
Good thing we had the 2 times.
Right. So on page 5, the projected number, if you use 9.2% trend, would be, all the way across on line 15, would be $29,869,000. And if you compare that to the 2012 budget of $24,750,000, it would be a $5.118 million increase.
All right, so I think we need to get to Doreen to translate this into how it works out in the budget. You've seen this page before. The only difference here is that there's 3 different ways to actually construct the budget for this. And so we're showing you the different math. This is a math night. The math behind how we go ahead and do this. So Doreen, why don't you walk them through it?
And this is not numbered, but it's the last page of your document on the back.
Yeah, medical profit and loss summary. I'm going to start with the 4th column in the final budget for 12-13. That's what we budgeted for this year, and that's the basis that we're starting from. We projected when we set the budget, we expected a beginning balance in that fund of almost $5 million, $4.9 million. We set the budget at $16,622,000. We anticipated other revenue from employee contributions, grants, rebates, that kind of stuff, as 6.9 for a total of 28.5. Plus, we have a Medicare supplement of 193 for a total of 28,695. Then down below are the claims that were anticipated. Totaling the number that Aon gave us, which we've talked about here, is the $24,750. The expense of that medical, the Medicare supplement, for a total of $24,000, with an anticipated balance of $3,700,000. And the IBNR was calculated at $1.8 million. And that's how we got to the $3,700,000. That's how we set our budget. So moving on to the next column are the estimated numbers that Steve talked about. We expected the $4.9 million beginning balance. We're now estimating, based on these new claims that he just talked about, $3.9 million. So we're about $950,000 short right there, just going into this year. The budget stays the same. We put a small amount in here, try to help us out a little bit if we can this year, to give us a little bump of the 150. Other revenues anticipated to be $7 million now. So we get down to total available income of $28 million. Going down further, the subtotal is of $26,996 that Steve just talked about, is the revised estimate for claims for this year, which gets us down to a balance at June 30, anticipated balance of June 30 of $828,000, with a IBNR of $1,003,000. We'd be short almost $500,000. So moving forward from there, we laid out 3 different proposals, A, B, and C. A includes the numbers that Steve talked about with the 7% trend, and a 2-time the IBNR balance, which is what we did this year, 2 times the IBNR. Column B is the 9.2% trend numbers that he just talked about, with a 1-time IBNR. And column C is the 7% trend, so the same numbers as column A, but with a 1-time IBNR. So those are, if you look down below, column A would be a budget increase of almost 6.4. Column B would be $5.5 million increase, and column C is about a $5 million increase. So those are the different scenarios based on the numbers that Steve just gave us.
And this gives you a general idea where we are. there's one more month before we finalize this. We don't anticipate this is going to change hugely, but because we wanted to get this to you in advance of the meeting and give you time to digest it, they've just been getting in the latest numbers. So the actuals will be slightly different from this. The experience didn't change a whole lot, either one way or the other, so we don't expect big movement here, but the numbers that you'll see in the budget will vary somewhat from this. And so you could see what happened here was that, in fact, keeping 2 times the IBNR allowed us to absorb the higher claims that came in during the year, but it does force us into a position of needing to refund the IBNR to some level to keep ourselves whole for next year. So you have to sort of make up for the deficit, and then you need to also deal with the claims as Aon's projected them.
Mr. Carey.
So, first question is for the Aon folks. You mentioned 53 large claims is unusual, I guess, against 1,269 lives is what I'm seeing in the Anthem pool.
I don't think I said it was unusual. I think I said it was higher than the prior year.
Okay. So, is that your experience across the board? Would that 0.4%?
53 would be a little bit on the high. 30 was on the low end. 53 is on the high end of claimants that we would expect in excess of $50,000 for a group this size.
Okay. And historically, because our experience has been good, and it looks like our luck has changed with experience, as we moved further into the budget cycle, our picture would improve. Can we expect this trend to continue to the negative so that we'll deteriorate further, or what would, and I understand you can't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Crystal balls aren't here today.
I'm not sure. Just my second question is for the administration.
Sorry, Mr. Carey.
Or for the Aon folks, or a combination of the two. I recall that our retirees pay 100% of their, correct? Okay. Is anyone keeping track of, I'm assuming that our retirees are actuarially more likely to be using their health insurance than our active teachers. Are we upside down on that? Do we know what the 120 Anthem lives against the, I'm looking at about $11,000, 11,722 ahead, if I'm doing my math right, against the 1.406665 on page 1? In other words, are we in the plus and the minus on that? Is that something that we're keeping track of as a team for what our ongoing costs are?
Directing that to Dr. Title?
I'm not certain who the best person to direct it to is, so I'll throw it out to the group, and you tell me who can give me an answer.
I'm not sure I understand exactly. If it's about is it that are retirees more likely to use health insurance than actives?
What I'm trying to gather is we're collecting a monthly fee based on an actuarial amount from our retirees. It might be $1,700, it might be $800, whatever it is. And then we are paying out an amount of claims.
When we set the rates, do we set a different rate for retirees?
Well, the rates are an actuary, so no, we're not saying a different rate for retirees. I don't assume. I'd like to get an idea of how that program works for us. How are we underwater? Are we above water?
Are we breaking even?
Are we breaking even on trend over years?
On that particular group?
Right.
Are you asking if I took the retiree rates, multiplied it out by the head counts, does that cover the liability? Is that what you're asking? I don't know specifically because I don't do it that way, but I would venture to guess that they do not cover their own liability.
So in the interest of
I think
time,
a fair chunk of these, if I'm not mistaken, are on an active type benefit, even though they're retirees, which means that Medicare is not primary, and so anytime you take someone who's retiree aged and give them an active benefit, more than likely their experience is going to be, significantly worse than than the active population.
Thank you. Mr.
Now,
Terry, you wanted to follow up on
Yeah,
that? comment?
Just in the interest of time, I don't need to continue this right now if we don't have the information, but I'd like to get an idea of what our liability is there, so that we can start to factor out in the math. The only other question I have, and again, we can move this on to another time, is we have a pretty sizable amount of money invested in the administration of this program. I'm not exactly certain, and you can follow up separately with us if it's easier. I'd like to understand how we pay, if it's per life, if it's by claims, some combination, and if there's some way we can possibly find some savings within our administration of the program. This is a very big number.
We'll make note of those questions and get them answered during our normal budget. Is this your kind of last question, Mrs. Brand?
Yeah, it's related to the three options that we're looking at. What I was looking at was the one that is closest in terms of trend that reflects what we have been, and as you said, is a standard that you folks use, is the 9.2. Honestly, to me, that's what I'm seeing is closest to what we're actually experiencing. I'm reluctant to go with a 7, quite honestly, because we've been here before where we've actually said, you know, having a good history is not a prediction of having a bad one or a good one. We know we've had a bad one. Maybe that trend will continue, maybe not. But I'd rather assume that we have a poor trend moving forward, since we've had about over a year of that already. I think what you've done, I also want to make sure I understand that the Board of Ed budget increase with that scenario, you are taking into account that we are increasing our trend factor as well, and that would put us in safe harbor.
Right. Your effective trend over the last 11 years has been 8.15%. Okay, so if we took your per capita number in 2001 and figure out what it is in 2012-13, you'd have to increase every year 8.15% to get up to the number that we're at today. So, you know, you're right in the middle of the 7 and 9. Now, let's see, 1, 2, 6. 6 of the last 11 years have been under 7%.
Right. Right. And
The other years have not been very good. I mean, we have a 13.2, a 19.8, a 15.9, so.
Which is why I was wondering if we have any particular cluster that's giving us any indication, not only about what we're experiencing now, but what we may see coming forward.
Yeah.
And that's why I thought that was important in understanding that before we make a decision.
Yeah, I mean, without even looking at the data, I can pretty much tell you that your inpatient hospitalizations are going to go way up. Your average days are going to go way up. Your dollar amount per service is going to go way up. But specifically why? I mean, large claimants are hard to kind of pin down and determine. Lots of times there's multiple diagnoses, so it's not necessarily just one thing.
I guess when I say the why.
Brand, I wonder if I can't move the agenda along, and there may be other questions about why, but I think it's going to be difficult to get all of the answers, and we'll try and get those for the budget process. Mr. Fattabine.
Yeah, I just have a couple of, excuse me, I have a couple, I guess, questions with respect to, see if I understand this. It's the page 4. If you look at, that was what you referred to in relation to page 5. So page 4 has the, your projections based on a annual trend rate of 7.0%, basically.
Correct.
And the page 5 has your recommendations based on the annual trend rate of 9.2.
Correct.
Now, if I understand, it's your belief that the 9.2 is the more likely figure that's going to be more probable as to what the trend is going to be?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I think it's going to be 8.15, based on, on the last 11 years.
So your recommendations reflect on neither one of these two sheets, then?
Remember, sir, we record these meetings, and we'll hold you to that 8.15.
Yeah, like you're going to be the first one to hold me to something, yeah.
You had another question, Mr. Fattabine?
Yeah, well, in other words, so I was under the impression that it was this page 5, which was in essence your recommendation as to what the actual expenses are going to be for planning purposes, but that's not the case you're telling me now.
Well, you know, we provide the information for you folks to make an educated decision. I mean, you know, I could tell you to use the 9.2. It's more money you need to go and get. But I could also tell you to use the 7, because if I look at 7 of the last 11 years, 7 would be fine. I mean, it's not a straight.
No, but
you
if
know,
I understood your comments before, you thought that the 7% trend rate was low, and the actual trend rate was going to be 9.2, and that's why you included sheet 5. That's
no,
not the case
the
now.
9.2 comes from a trend survey that we do. Aon Hewitt does twice a year. Our healthcare actuaries in the Northeast put together information from all of the healthcare vendors, all different types of clients and so forth, gather all this information together, and they tell us, they tell me, as someone who's going to use those trend figures to project forward, they think trend's going to be 9.2%.
Their
But that's
best
across,
judgment.
but that's across, you know, all different types of clients. And it's across the country, too. So it's geographically not adjusted and so forth. So there are some you know, things that you can do to the 9.2. Our trend survey would recommend 9.2.
So, right, so I'm trying to get a recommendation, what it's
I
going to be.
think, Mr. Fattabine, if I might make a comment which may speak to your question, is that we do have a month to go, and Dr. Title will be asking for that crystal ball from Aon, and we'll probably have some conversation with the Board of Finance and the Board of Selectmen relative to the impact of that, of a recommendation on the balance sheet, and the budget will come out with a formal recommendation. And I think Dr. Title is suggesting that it's somewhere in these 3 options is what is currently being looked at. Is that a fair statement?
Can I ask another question?
Please do.
So if you look on the last page, where you have the profit and loss summary, if I understand this correctly, on Proposal B, Proposal B is in essence adopting your recommendation on page 5. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay.
But adjusting the IBNR to 1.0 instead of the current 2.0. It's the combination of those two.
Can I
I guess I will offer this as a recommendation, if you will. We feel, Aon feels much more comfortable using 7 if you have your IBNR funded at 2x.
But B uses projections based on the total cost on page 5, which is the
Right, but it
9.2.
don't, yes, it does, and it funds the IBNR at 1 times the recommended level. Last year, when we
Mind if I ask a
agreed to
follow-up on
use
that?
7,
Just on the
it was
IBNR?
at 2 times.
Fattabine, may Mrs. Iacono?
But can somebody clarify for me then why, we went through a very lengthy process a year ago with 2 times IBNR and the recommendation coming from the town that we stay at 2 times IBNR. Was that simply because we were going to 7, or that was their recommendation, was to do the 2 times IBNR no matter what? That my recollection was 2 times IBNR no matter what we did. Am I mistaken?
Can I have, Dr. Tyler, you
Yes,
wish to
that's
speak
what it
to
was
that?
last year. That, remember we went through this whole thing with the MOU, right?
Yes, I do remember that, and it
Yes.
was never resolved.
I think that's correct.
I think Mr. Dwyer was
so
on that.
So the short, and while we had built up a surplus, and while the town was not doing so well on their health insurance, the town wanted us to keep 2 times in the IBNR, since we already had it in there. It wasn't like we were adding to get to it. Just don't do any damage to it. As a result of that, we felt comfortable using the lower trend line, so we did that. We had a whole discussion about that. But now that we no longer have 2 times the IBNR in there, now to get back to that, we have to rebuild it. Typically, Aon recommends you keep 1 time the IBNR. That's what you need to pay the claims in case you terminate the program. The town's health insurance has actually gotten better. So we may be in a position where, in discussions with the town, 1 times the IBNR is fine, but to hedge it a little bit, we might need to use the 9.2. So from the board's perspective, from our budgeting perspective, we're better off with B than we are with A in terms of dollars we have to add to our budget. So about an $800,000 difference. And if you go back to the original MOU back when when we went to self-insurance, before my time, that was essentially the arrangement. The arrangement with the town was, you funded at one time the IBNR and the trend that Aon recommends, and if you have a shortfall, the town will help you out. Of course, the flip side was, if you do really well, the town could take some of our money. Okay? And we had a really good surplus. We were building it up, right? This is the short history of the Roman Empire here, okay? So the thing has changed a bit, and so basically we could go back to the original tenets of the original memorandum, which is really the Aon recommendation, which is you fund one time the IBNR and use our trend rate. Last year they said, but if you're going to go to 2 times, that's more than we recommend, so you're safe with 7. And that's what we did.
And that's what
we did. So,
Aon said. Okay.
you know,
I think Mrs. Kennelly wishes to ask a question, but did you have a follow-up? Because Mrs. Iacono kind of followed up on your comment.
Questions related to the most recent comments.
You mean Dr. Title's
Dr. Title's
comment?
comments.
Please do, and then Mrs. Kennelly is next.
Well, is it your understanding, or is there any requirement or understanding with the town that we will keep 2 IBNR, 2 times the IBNR in our balance?
that was true last year.
Is there an agreement to that effect, to your understanding?
It was just an informal agreement. There was nothing committed to.
Right.
And we brought it forward to the board.
So the only agreement we have now is our memorandum of understanding that was agreed to in the past.
The original one.
It's your understanding that's still in existence?
It's still in existence.
And you believe we're still bound by that understanding?
That's unclear whether we're bound by that. The board had a whole discussion
Are
about
you
whether
acting
there
as
was
if you're
scope.
bound by it? Do you?
I was simply pointing it out as a point of information. You had that legal debate before. Remember, we had the first selectman
Right.
here, we had the Board of Finance, and is it still in effect? Should we keep it? Should we not? There was a substitute one. Around it went, you know?
Right. No, I understand
We're trying
that.
to balance here, doing what the town needs to keep itself in good shape with the AAA bond rating. Most of what they're doing and their bonding is for school projects, and we have, I think, some obligation to consider that viewpoint. At the same time, it's the Board of Ed budget. You get the final call, and, you know, we don't necessarily want to feel like we were putting in extra money for whatever reason. So that's the tightrope here.
And I think at last year, we ultimately said it's a team of the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Finance, and the Board of Education to kind of figure out ultimately what's the best answer for last budget year and ultimately what will be the best answer for this budget year.
Right. So if I understand it, that the town and the Board of Ed are going to work together to come up with some funding requirement that's going to be flexible and not necessarily dictated by the original memorandum of understanding that's in existence.
Right.
I think that's a fair statement.
That's a good way to put it.
Mrs. Kennelly.
Just synthesizing this, so the point being, we're going to have an Aon recommendation of a percentage amount, and we're going to have a Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen recommendation of a desired IBNR amount, and then the Board of Ed makes the budget call. Does that succinctly synthesize it?
That's pretty close to right, yeah.
Okay.
If there are no further comments or questions, can we move off of this issue? No, Mrs. Iacono.
I just want to be clear then, so this board is then directing the chairman and the superintendent to meet with the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance to get that exact IBNR number and bring it back to the board? Is that the intention?
There will be conversation between all 3 board leaders during the budget process that leads up to Dr. Title's recommended budget that will be inclusive of their thoughts and considerations. And so I think the answer is yes, but I think it will be a discussion among the leaders of those 3 boards, not necessarily projecting what the exact process will be. Dr. Title and the chairman of the Board of Finance and the first selectman will put their heads together and produce ultimately a recommendation that will be part of Dr. Title's recommendation to this board. Mrs. Brand.
Yeah, and we all know that there generally is a conversation, no matter what. And clearly, if there is a concern from the Board of Selectmen or the Board of Finance, I am confident that they will make it known to the board.
And with that in mind, if there's anything that our resource person would like to add to this conversation, if not, we will move on, or he's walking forward, so therefore, He's changed his mind. Okay. No further questions. Thank you very much for the conversation.
Thank you, Stephen Carlton.
And I know that this has been a very interesting conversation for our student representatives, but we're on to that, no, we're on to the approval of the minutes. The recommended motion is that the Board of Education approve the minutes of the organizational regular meeting of November 27th, 2012. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Mr. Convertito, Mrs. Brand, any discussion? If not, all in favor of the minutes as presented? Raise your hand, please. Mr. Convertito? The motion is unanimous. We have the student reports next on the agenda. Who's going first?
Okay.
Make sure you're real near the mic.
Okay. Is that close enough? No. Bring it forward.
Pull the mic forward so that you can talk right into it.
Is that better? Okay. More? Louder? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so here at Ludlow we had the Connecticut Challenge, and we won that on November 20th. We beat Colby Cathedral, and we move on to the next rounds, which are 2 and 3. If we win 2, we go to 3. And it's the same day on February 8th. And tomorrow we have a pep rally, and it's going to be a whiteout, so everyone's supposed to wear white, and it's to support Sandy victims, and also like show support for our school, be peppy. And then we have The Hobbit, which was our play. It was on November 30th, and that was a very big success. We have the Candlelight concert coming up on Thursday. And we also have we had the blood drive today. So I think it was mostly seniors. You had to be 17 to give blood. It was the Red Cross Club that organized that. And also Future Business Leaders of America is a club at our school. And we had a book drive for benefiting the Yale Children's Hospital in New Haven. So.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our representative from Ludlow?
Good evening, board and public. My name is Danielle Clark, and I'm here with my co-representative, Casey Longley, and we are here to discuss current activities going on at Ward High School. First, sophomores and juniors are currently receiving their PSAT scores. Coinciding with that, Alpha Prep started their SAT courses to prepare students taking the next upcoming SAT test. The schedule is posted on our daily bulletin board, which is on Edline. Next, at Ward we have a fashion merchandising class, and what they partake in is Trends, which is a store they participate in, and Trends grand opening is occurring this week. They sell things that they make in the class, and the proceeds go to 2 scholarships for merchandising, as well as holiday fundraisers. But with the holidays coming up, all of our clubs are getting ready to fundraise. For example, Key Club, this week they are participating in Share the Spirit Week. They are doing fundraisers that consist of this thing called locker frosting. It's a cute little idea where people sign up to, they pay money to have their lockers decorated, and it's cute because it's like the winter theme. And also the week, the program Big Brothers and Sisters, and Key Club is raising money to buy gifts to donate to underprivileged kids. So that's a cute idea. Student Forum, another club at Ward, is currently playing their annual sports tournament. They raise money for things at school that we need. So instead of, donating to charitable funds, we raise money for Ward. Giving it to Casey Longley.
Hi. Our winter sports season has taken underway, and the girls' basketball team is currently 1-1 and have a home game next Wednesday against Greenwich. And track is having their first meet this Saturday against Staples, as well as the Fairfield boys swim team, who are competing against Staples on Thursday. Our music department has sold out the tickets for both evening performances for Carillon next Tuesday on the 18th, and rehearsals have started, and all of the music students are extremely excited for our annual holiday concert. Also, the auditions for our spring musical of The Sound of Music were held yesterday and today, and we had over 50 students audition, which is the most we've had since the high school split up. So our director, Mr. Frateroli, is extremely excited about the turnout this year and can't wait to start rehearsals. That's go ahead.
Any questions for our two representatives from Ward High School, Fairfield Ward High School? No questions. As in the past, you are welcome to stay for the balance of our discussion, or you are also welcome to go on to other things. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
We are now on to the superintendent's work report, which is significantly the update on the secondary math curriculum. And who is leading us in that discussion?
So we'll have Mrs. Parks, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Boyce, Director of Secondary Education Dr. Rasmussen, the Mathematics Curriculum Leader, come forward.
For members of the public, this is our last meeting before we spend January and February and even into March wrestling with budget issues. So we were fortunate that the central administration, as well as the board, wanted to have this presentation on the agenda so that we can ask questions from among the board. I know that there's one part of this process that is not all that satisfying, and that is the rules that we have of a public meeting allow for public comment, but it doesn't really allow for a dialogue back and forth. I know that Dr. Teitel and his staff have been in touch with the leaders of the Fairfield Math, last word? Advocates. And I've talked about having a meeting with the leadership of that group, and that group thought that it would be best to listen to tonight's presentation, and I appreciated that approach. And then probably there will still be questions left, and then schedule a meeting so that further dialogue could take place. So that is part of the procedure that will happen as a result of looking at these issues. We take this issue, as all issues, very seriously, and we will be taking another look at this in the spring as well, because we are reviewing math curriculum on a regular basis, on a scheduled basis. So this is not the last time that this issue will be before the board or allowing for public comment. So I thank you for the politeness that you have shown in waiting through the veterans and waiting through the calendar discussion and some other items, and let's proceed.
So let me just say that this is not intended to be the full-blown presentation about secondary math. We are in the middle of working through this. We are also simultaneously working through, as you know, this year, K-2 math. So in fact, there'll be no less than 4 board meetings coming up starting in February in which math will be a topic on the agenda. All right, so the plan is the K-2 math will be up in February for a presentation and a discussion with possible action in March, and then the secondary program would be up for presentation and discussion in April with a decision no sooner than May. So don't have to worry that we won't get enough time at the board table talking about math. We've got a pretty good winter full of it coming. Let me turn it over to the group now and give you an update on where we are. So, Mrs. Parks, I think you're going to start and then pass the baton.
I'm going to start. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting us to...
Into your mics, please.
Yes?
Here.
Okay. Thank you for
You may
inviting
want to
us.
move the mic forward.
I'd have to bite on it. So thank you for inviting us tonight. We're here to attempt to clear up some of the confusion regarding Algebra 1 as it's being taught in our middle schools and high schools. I'd like to start by being very clear about what has changed and what has not changed. First, the curriculum for Algebra 1 has not changed. It's the same curriculum that's been taught in the district since it was adopted by the board in 2006. And I believe you received a copy of that curriculum in your packets. You also received in your packets a timeline, looks something like this, for the work on the math curriculum as it's occurring right now for presentation to the board at another time. Two things have changed, however, about math in Algebra 1. The instructional approach in the textbook, and both of those changes were driven by the Common Core state standards, which demand much greater levels of understanding of mathematical concepts and procedures. A new component of the Common Core standards are 8 mathematical practices, and I'd like to read those to you. These are new. They were not part of the previous CCT. They are in an attempt to help us understand practices and understandings that kids have to have in all of those content standards. The first one is to make sense of problems and persevere in solving them. The second is reason abstractly and quantitatively. The third is construct viable arguments and critique the reasoning of others. The fourth is model with mathematics. Fifth, use appropriate tools strategically. Sixth is attend to precision. The seventh is look for and make use of structure. And the eighth is look for and express regularity in repeated reasoning. Those are obviously practices that our students need to demonstrate, and quite frankly, it's difficult to understand how we could have students learn those standards and demonstrate them without having the opportunity to work and share in groups as opposed to sitting in rows working individually quietly. Several states have already piloted the new assessments based on the Common Core, and their scores in math have plummeted when they compare those scores to their prior state assessments. So we have taken everything we've learned about the Common Core very seriously. We want our students to be ready and able to perform at the levels of challenge dictated by the new assessments, which are coming. In our zeal to move forward, I think we've made several mistakes, but I think we've also made some very good decisions, and I'd like to describe those to you. Dr. Boyce and Dr. Rasmussen are going to talk a little after me about the instructional model, its research base, and the student learning data which we've collected since we've implemented this new instructional model. One of our algebra teachers from Fairfield Ludlow High School, Laura Mason, is also here to talk about her experiences teaching math previously in the traditional model and currently in the new balanced math model. On my own, I can say that after observing several math classes, speaking with teachers, and reading teacher surveys, which, by the way, you have copies of the summaries of those surveys. They were on your table tonight. I'm convinced that the instructional approach that we've implemented is the best match for the new state assessments and supports our students in higher levels of achievement.
I wonder if you could, please continue.
Repeat that?
But do speak into the microphone.
Okay.
And pull the microphone closer. It's
Maybe
probably
I'm
easier to do
not tall
that
enough.
than
Okay. Is that better?
try and achieve that. Thank you.
Okay. The use of the CPM textbook is the area in which we made mistakes, and we know we must address them. The use of the CPM textbook was originally intended to be used in addition to the McDougall-Littell textbook, which was adopted by the board. However, to avoid the confusion of using two different textbooks, the McDougall-Littell textbook was not distributed to students, and CPM is being used as the sole text, with students having access to an online version from home. We've heard loudly and clearly from the parents that they need a more structured text with more support at home to help their children with math homework. To address this concern, we've provided a link to the parent guide for the use of the CPM materials. It's online. And we will provide a McDougall-Littell text to every Algebra 1 student so that students have access to more examples and parents have a more guided approach to support their children at home. There's no denying that last spring we should have informed the board about the use of the CPM textbook as a pilot. And believe me, we all regret that that was not done. In your materials, I think one was in your packet and one was on your desk. There was a timeline for the CPM pilot. That was, I believe, in your packet. There's also a copy of an email that should have been on your tables from Brian Hoey, who's the director of CPM, and that email contained a description of the professional development provided by the textbook company. So in this CPM pilot, the cost to the district is $13,000, and that covers the cost of professional development that's been supplied to the teachers by CPM on how to use the text. In addition to that, CPM has loaned the district 25 hard copy textbooks, which is a class set for every one of the Algebra 1 classrooms, and also online access to students at home or in school to the electronic version of the textbook. Students in need also received a hard copy of the text. Should the final resource review committee, who will be meeting in the spring, forward the CPM text to the board for approval in the spring of 2013, and the board adopts CPM, then we would be required to pay the full cost for the books. Should that text not be adopted after it's been piloted and data's been collected, then we return the books to CPM at no cost to the district. Dr. Rasmussen and Dr. Boyce are both going to share more information about the types of data we're collecting around the use of CPM as a pilot, as the board has directed us to always collect evaluation data around a pilot. We would certainly like to undo the error and the multitude of rumors caused by the CPM pilot. We can't fix it, but we can assure the board that we will not make the same mistake again. We've attempted to meet with concerned parents and respond to all questions and concerns and requests. Dr. Boyce and Dr. Rasmussen will answer more of those questions tonight as they've been forwarded to us, and we will continue to do so in the future. Now, I'd like Dr. Boyce to address some of those additional concerns related to curriculum, instruction, and assessment.
And again, if you're not accustomed to the microphone, it's better to pull it toward you so that you're not straining to make your voice heard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to review some key concepts behind our work and to address some misconceptions and misstatements that I have both read and heard. First of all, an understanding of what curriculum is. Curriculum is a document. The one you have in front of you is based on the Connecticut framework because it was approved in 2006. Since that time, Connecticut has adopted the Common Core in math and English, and so we are now in the process of revising our written curriculum documents to align to those standards. A curriculum document should be able to be used by all teachers, veteran and new. It is written by our teachers. We do not have a third party come in to write curriculum for us. Teachers sit down and write curriculum under the leadership of the curriculum leader or curriculum coordinators, and then share it, once it is board approved, share it with other teachers who then take it and develop their lesson plans from the curriculum. But the best curriculum document is of no value unless it is implemented with fidelity in the classroom. We do that through the use of instructional strategies that support the delivery of the curriculum and prepare our students for assessments, both teacher-made and standardized, that measure our students' mastery of the standards in the curriculum. Teachers need instructional materials in order to implement the instructional method that in turn supports that curriculum. So our approach in math is a balanced one. We'll include attention to both conceptual development as well as skills and procedural practice. That includes memorizing and fluency with facts. Fluency is mentioned very specifically in the Common Core. We're already implementing this instructional model in grades K through 5, and we've seen significant improvement at the elementary level in our standardized math scores. We are expanding this model to the secondary level. I will also point out, since many of our middle schools use the Habits of Mind initiative, that the math practices that Ms. Parks mentioned align very closely to the Habits of Mind. And just to give you a few examples of the 16 Habits of Mind, one is persisting, one is thinking and communicating with clarity and precision, thinking about thinking, striving for accuracy, questioning, and posing problems. So you can see the very close alignment between the Habits of Mind and the math practices. You are given a copy of a research article and also a summary of some recent research regarding secondary math, but I do have to make a note about research. A research brief published by the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics a few years ago made this important note. There is no research on this topic that meets the gold standard in research. That is a randomized, controlled trial where students were randomly assigned to one of two groups and then taught using one of two methods. We rarely design research that way in education. There are a number of studies funded by the National Science Foundation that have had much research completed because that's a requirement of the funding. The more traditional approach has had less completed. The National Council of Teachers of Mathematics did make this conclusion in this research brief. After reviewing all the research that does exist, not surprisingly, students do well on tests that match the instructional approach with which they have been taught. And this is a very important point. We are preparing our students for assessments in 2014 that will be more rigorous and complex than the current CMT and CAPT. And we believe the balanced approach to instruction that we're using will bring success in these new assessments that our students will take. I'd like to address a few questions that I've heard raised by parents. I'll do this as briefly as I can. One is around grading in Algebra 1. At the bottom of the syllabus, and I believe you also have a copy of that, is the grading guideline for Algebra 1, and it's based on the district guidelines. 70% of the grade is summative, 20% is formative, and 10% is behavioral. And in math, for example, that might mean homework completion. Group work, if assessed, falls into the formative category, the 20% formative category. The 70% summative is based on individual student work. We've also been asked about tutoring, and if we will include a question about tutoring when we survey students and parents in January, yes. But please keep in mind that we don't have any baseline data about tutoring. We have nothing to compare that information to. However, recently the Algebra 1 teachers at Fairfield Ludlow did survey their students, and they asked them this question: how many of you were supported by a tutor in math last year, and how many are supported this year? 13.3% of the students had a tutor to assist them in pre-algebra last year, and 10.5% are using a tutor this year. I've also heard references to constructivism in math and the fact that we're using a constructivist fuzzy math model. So I'd like to take a minute to clarify what constructivism is and what it isn't. Constructivism is a learning theory. It's not an instructional model. It's based on the work of several developmental psychologists such as Bruner, Vygotsky, Piaget, and others, and it means that learners construct meaning by cognitive reorganization. In other words, knowledge isn't something that a teacher can give a student. Knowledge is constructed by learners through an active mental process of development. Learners are the builders and creators of meaning and knowledge for themselves. So keep in mind that since it's a learning theory and not an instructional practice, constructivism does not mean group work. It doesn't mean hands-on learning. It doesn't mean discovery learning. Teachers design instruction that allows students to do what I just described, to understand on their own and build their own knowledge. And there's a variety of ways teachers can do that. They can ask open-ended questions, they can employ wait time, and in some cases use group work or pairing. But it's an approach that we'll see throughout many different strategies and used in many different textbooks. For example, I was at a presentation yesterday for Singapore Math, which is a K-8 math series. The sales representative who was making the presentation clearly cited Piaget and Vygotsky and talked about their work as the basis for Singapore Math. For example, he gave the example of their work around the concrete pictorial abstract approach to learning. Well, that progression in learning supports constructivism. So it's important to keep in mind that it's not something that's unique to the model that we're just using. Math in Focus, Singapore Math, which is another version, a more recent version of Singapore Math, also talks about constructivism and says the Math in Focus series adopted the constructivist approach to help children master mathematical concepts and skills. The following sequence of activities are used in the textbook: introduction of knowledge and formal assessment, reflection of knowledge, reinforcement of math concepts, and computational and problem-solving skills through peer interaction in group activities and practice. So we see constructivism everywhere. It's not unique to any one series, and it's a very appropriate way to help students learn. I've also heard comments about levels of math, what levels of math we offer in middle school, and specifically regarding Mansfield, which is the other Connecticut district using CPM. So I called Mansfield Middle School and got some information about their middle school math courses. And to compare it to Fairfield, here in grade 6, we have grade 6 math and transition math. In Mansfield, they have grade 6 math, and they call the other course pre-algebra. In both our district and Mansfield, students who are ready to advance are allowed to, and they may advance to Algebra 1, starting whenever they're ready. In 7th grade, we offer grade 7 math and pre-algebra, and of course, we have students in Algebra 1. In Mansfield, they have grade 7 math and students in Algebra 1. I spoke with the grade 7 math teacher who said they're actually using Core Connections, which is the precursor to CPM in 6th and 7th grade. They have about 100 students in grade 7 math. It's heterogeneously grouped. There's about 17 students who need additional support. They have the same math book, the same curriculum, but they're taught together. And the other 100 students are heterogeneously grouped. They have other students in Algebra 1. They have a few students in Geometry and Algebra 2, about 5 students in grade 7. In 8th grade, we offer pre-algebra and, of course, Algebra 1 and some students who are ready for geometry. In Mansfield, they offer grade 8 math, Algebra 1, and geometry. So it's really quite similar to what we have to offer here in Fairfield. There was also an article from The Atlantic that was shared, and to get some response to that article very briefly, I contacted Dr. Kathy Fosnut, who's a professor of mathematics education at City College of New York. And her comment to me on the article was the article fails to distinguish between curriculum and materials used to teach the curriculum. She thought the author was probably focusing on everyday math, something we do not use here. And remember that we here are focusing on both understanding the math and knowledge of math facts. She went on to say that we've all seen adults who can't compute change, restaurant tips, or their portion of the bill. They're products of a traditional model of math that taught algorithms as the only way to calculate. And when you don't know the algorithm, you have a problem. I was also asked to comment on some points made in a blog related specifically to CPM. The CPM videos that are shown were staged with a small group of students and meant to be used as training videos. They were never meant to represent the actual number of students required to be in a classroom, and in the training videos there's a very small number of students shown in the classroom. A comment was made about a one-size-fits-all approach, and I think you can make that comment about any textbook, because the bottom line is how well the students' needs are met depends on the teacher and not the book. Teachers are provided with ways to differentiate in any textbook, including CPM. And teachers I have spoken to who are teaching Algebra 1 understand that they can pull together small groups of students who may need additional support while others work on enrichment. That's a professional judgment that we always leave to our teachers, and I would expect them to carry out. The fact that a teacher is communicating with each student in the class every day, maybe several times during a period, is a tremendous support in helping the teacher determine who needs additional support and who gets it. This addresses the needs of all students, including those with special needs. And Lauren will talk more about what she does in her classroom in a minute. We've also heard about the comment interrupted or spaced practice. Well, what we know about practice comes from the work of psychologists going back into the 1800s, and that is we learn better when learning is spread out over time. That's why cramming for an exam usually doesn't work. It's possible actually to dramatically improve learning by correctly spacing practice sessions. A great myth of our educational system is that students will all learn the same thing at the same time and be ready to move on the next day. In fact, the Common Core addresses that. And one example is functions as a topic are introduced in grade 8, but students are not expected to master that topic until Algebra 1. Finally, the last comment I'd like to address is we should not be talking about the Common Core, but we should be talking about the text. In the presentation, again, that I saw yesterday on Singapore Math, throughout the representative's PowerPoint were references to the Common Core. He talked about the Common Core. He had links to the Common Core. He understood the need to talk about a textbook in terms of the standards that make up our curriculum. And I hope, after explaining the connection between curriculum, instructional methods, and assessment, and the need for instructional materials that support those connections, you'll also see why it is not possible to speak about any textbook in isolation from the curriculum, the instructional method, or the assessment that we will use to measure students' mastery of the content. And now I'd like to turn this over to Lauren Mason, math teacher at Fairfield Ludlow.
Thank you, Dr. Boyce, and members of the board. I consider myself very lucky to have been a part of the Fairfield school system for 7 years now. During this time, I've been able to observe and implement different styles of teaching. This year, I have been given the opportunity to experience a different method of teaching. This instructional model has allowed students the time to work together and make discoveries with my guidance and questioning. Since the beginning of the year, I have observed my class consistently making progress as they learn the material in the Algebra 12 curriculum. They have discovered multiple ways of approaching rigorous problems that require higher order thinking. These discoveries have led to great in-depth understandings of the material in the curriculum, not to mention having the ability to enhance much needed life skills through heightened communication and collaboration. While this has been a new style of learning for these students, they are becoming more and more comfortable with the process each and every day. With the support and guidance I have and continue to provide them with, they have increasingly been able to reach and surpass each and every goal I have set for them. These discoveries have led to great class discussions and summaries of the material. The students are no longer passive participants in the learning process. They are now actively engaged and consistently enthusiastic about this subject. In past years, for example, when presenting the topic of slope-intercept form of an equation, I would inform the students which parts of the equation represent slope and y-intercept. I would then give them practice problems, have the students work on them inside and outside of class. At times, I had little knowledge of the students' understanding of these new concepts until the next day when I would review the homework. Sometimes, in fact, the incorrect homework reinforced improper mathematical processes. This year, with this instructional method, after a short presentation to the whole class, the students, working in small groups, are presented with a conceptual question that leads them to meanings of concepts such as slope and y-intercept. From there, they are able to apply the concepts to graphs, tables, and other situations. During this time, I continue to teach.
I work my way around the room, questioning student responses to assess and address their understanding of the concepts. One of the most notable observations I have made so far is that I have not, as of this date, been asked, when will I ever use this in my real life? As the problems themselves have a way of presenting the applications of these mathematical concepts. This process has allowed me the time to work closer with my students. As a result, I have a much clearer idea of how they are performing. I am able to work with the students one-on-one throughout the class period, and if necessary, address any misconceptions on mathematical concepts. I am able to do this one-on-one, as a group, or as a whole class. I am pleased to say I have had more opportunities this year to see excitement in my students' faces when they themselves, or as a group through collaboration, discover and truly understand why they're performing a certain method to solve or explain a problem. They're thrilled to share their findings with their peers. The best part is, it's not always the same students making these discoveries. This method allows each student to shine in his or her own way at different times. Every student is given the chance to be successful. This can be shown by comparing test scores from last year and this year. Last year, the students were given an assessment which focused on basic skills rather than higher order thinking. The students' average on this assessment was 84%. This year, the students were given a much more rigorous assessment that combined basic skills with these higher order thinking questions. The average on this assessment was an 85.8%. Thus, comparing my previous classes of algebra students to my current class, the current students performed better on a more challenging assessment. Please don't underestimate the abilities of these students. They are intelligent young adults who are being given the opportunity to take a more active role in their own learning, and they have developed a new excitement for math. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you, Board. I'm here today to talk about some of the data we have collected on the secondary mathematics department. We have collected both quantitative and qualitative data upon this instructional model. The quantitative data includes current data on how our students performed on higher order tasks and a comparison between past performance on a CAP problem. Before I show you the data on how students are performing under this instructional model, I first need to make the case to why this change was needed. Please refer to the graph in your packet referred to the PSAT data in your packet. Does anyone have it? This graph provided illustrates current data, PSAT data that was provided to the district by the College Board. The data illustrates how students in our district performed on questions that measured problem solving, representing different mathematical ideas, reasoning with mathematics, connecting mathematical concepts, and communicating ideas. The reason why this data is so important to understand is that these 5 concepts relate to the 8 mathematical practices as listed in the Common Core State Standards. The striking thing about this data is how our students compared to other districts in our state and nationally. If you look at this graph, right here, there are 2 arrows above every bar graph. The top arrow represents the average of the schools in the state of Connecticut. The bottom arrow represents the national average. And see where we are where the dark bar is. As you can see, our students perform below the Connecticut and national average in 4 of the 5 categories that relate back to the Common Core State Standards mathematical practices. Now I would ask you to refer back to the graph that illustrates mathematical reasoning. You'll see this also in your packet. This second piece of information provided you illustrates how our students perform on past capped assessments in the algebraic strand in comparison to DIRG B and to the state average. This graph shows how our district is performing below our similar demographic schools. As I have illustrated to you, both these graphs came from assessments that require students to complete tasks that are non-algorithmic in nature and through higher order thinking tasks. Thus, to address this problem, a change in instruction is needed. If you want to improve students' ability to problem solve, students have to become better thinkers. However, this type of instruction requires more from students. An approach that requires students to work through difficult tasks through an engaging approach by reasoning, communicating, connecting, and representing different mathematical concepts. Now that I'll ask you, I would like you to refer back to actually a release capped problem that actually refers to algebraic reasoning, a strand. It's on your tables in front of you. This is a capped problem referring back to 2011. It should say CAR test at the top. You should see a graph. This task provided students with a graph and asked them to create an equation, then determine how far the car could go before the car ran out of gas. For this assessment, students were assessed on a scale from 3 to 0, with 3 being the highest score. This is the following distribution of scores that we had in our district in 2011. The highest score of a 3, 14% of our students attained. A 2, 9%. A 1 out of 3, 45%. A 0, 32%. Just a quick analysis of the data actually reveals that 77% of our students received a 1 or a 0. And as that also illustrates how our students cannot apply the algebraic concepts that we were teaching them in their classroom. Even with approximately 40% of the students were in Algebra 2 or above at the time. I would like to stress that, even though they've already completed Algebra 1, and 40% were above our geometry and were in Algebra 2 or above or higher. Now let's start down the path to the solution, as recommended by the research. This approach has students working collaboratively to solve rigorous problems through the guidance of the teacher. Now let's look back to the CAR test task that you were provided earlier. When the teachers gave to our Algebra 1 students this year, in both 8th and 9th grade, our breakdown was 13% got the highest score, 46% got a 2, 26 got a 1, and 16 got a 0. This data illustrates our students did significantly better on this task, even only after 1 quarter worth of instruction in this new approach. The qualitative data. The qualitative data also helps to provide a picture of how the instructional approach is going in the classroom. One teacher asked her students after the completion of this CAR test task to evaluate how this task was similar or different than the task that they did in class. The students replied that they thought this task was no different than the task that they did in the class together. This is in line with the comments Dr. Boyce stated earlier, that the instruction should parallel the assessment. Teachers were asked to provide feedback on the positive aspects of the instructional approach. 3 specific teacher comments were, this was actually provided in the packet to you, classroom is an active environment. All students participate. No one is doing all the work. I have an opportunity every day to monitor individual students' progress. I know that's what students are struggling and what students are grasping the new concepts. I can address any problems with the class individually or as a whole class. This comment actually paralleled Ms. Mason to my right. Students have a conversation about what they learn. If they can explain a concept to a classmate, then they have a deep understanding of the material being taught. Additionally, when a professor from UConn came down to help provide feedback on our instructional approach, she stated, I was impressed by the engagement across the lessons, bell to bell. Students knew what to do, what was expected, and were working toward these goals that were set. In response to our department direction, she stated, we have a vision of good practice that is being deliberately pursued. However, we are still in the beginning phase of changing our instructional approach. We understand that change takes time. Bumps in the road will happen, and we're working to correct these items. We are continuing to evaluate the materials that we're piloting. This evaluation includes feedback from parents, teachers, students, and administrators, as previously stated by Dr. Boyce. We are working to overcome these issues. These materials still have positive aspects and areas that can be addressed. Our goal is to improve the learning of mathematics for all students. Doing this requires an instructional change that helps allow students to engage in the learning process. If we can address this problem as illustrated at the beginning of my discussion and change how we teach, then all students can benefit and be more successful in their mathematical and academic endeavors. Thank you.
You're finished, okay. I'd like to, we have two goals tonight. One is to hear about the math instruction program from our staff, but also to hear from our parents. And so we will have several opportunities to ask questions about math, as Dr. Teitel mentioned. But if I could start with Mrs. Iacono and perhaps ask each board member if they could ask their most important question, and I'll just go around and we'll see where we are with time. Mrs. Iacono.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming here tonight and clarifying things. I know I heard a lot of my questions answered, so I greatly appreciate that. And those are things that I've heard from members of the community and things that I discovered on my own looking through the materials that you let me borrow, so I thank you for that. One of the things that I learned doing just, and not a ton of research, I'll be honest, I'm not anywhere near what you guys have done, was learning that how important this cooperative learning process is and how important it is for students to break into groups and delve deeper into these subjects. When you remarked about somebody not commenting, when am I ever going to use that in my life, that was me. I'm not a good math student. I've gone on record 1,000 times saying that. And nobody could ever explain to me why X plus Y was Z, and when in God's name was I ever going to use this. So from that aspect, I really like the text that you chose, because I think there are places in there that demonstrate it well. But everything that I've read says that you first have to build that foundation and teach the problem and have the students understand it, and then break out into the group to get a deeper understanding of it. What I'm having trouble understanding is where in the lesson and is the concept actually first taught, understood, and then where you break out into the groups.
In the beginning of every lesson, I, as well as most of, if not all of the teachers that I work with, we do a explanation of what are we going to find, what will you be working with, let's cover some main topics before you can try this on your own. It is a discovery method. The students are working together to figure things out, to figure more out about how things are working. We are able to, as teachers, present the basics, allow the students to break into their groups, understand why things are working, and as teachers go from group to group, pull the whole class together. Throughout the lesson, we can recap anything that we may need to. It's a learning process. It's not a specific time. We present in the beginning as well as throughout the lesson, and we always end with closure to pull the lesson together at the end of every class. So it's throughout, it's not a specific time, but throughout the
You're building
class
the
period.
foundation as you go, so to say.
We present the material in the beginning,
Okay.
an idea in the beginning,
Okay.
to make sure everyone is on that same playing field where they can expand their knowledge.
Okay. And it just, I have,
follow-up on the same topic,
well,
I'm sorry,
yeah,
yeah.
it's actually two follow-ups, but it's all related. In the teacher manual, it says the length of an activity can take 1 day, 50 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So is that where some of the confusion is coming when I'm getting feedback that my teacher didn't teach today? Can somebody clarify, if it takes 1 day to do an activity, where's the instruction part of that coming in?
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead, and I'll
Okay. Again, the instruction part is throughout the activity. We present in the beginning, throughout, focus on problem areas if we find them throughout the lesson. It may run into another class period. As you said, it was 50 minutes, and I believe our class periods are 44. So there is time the next day to give a full closure for the lesson, but every day ends with closure of what we discovered as a class. And that's part of the teaching method.
And I think, I'm panicked about this. I think some of the confusion may be in the differences in the textbook. Typically, traditional textbooks are presented in a similar way that instruction is. The teacher is in front of the class, presents, here's the formula, this is the formula you use to solve this problem. That's the direct instruction piece. Now, you might do a practice, we might have some kids come up to the board, check the practice, and then you may do individual practice at your seats. An activity in that traditional model would be seen as something different, something maybe bigger, more complex. In the new text, the reference to activity is really about the whole teaching model. The kids are actively engaged in their learning. So the introduction of the concept, the direct teaching, the kids working in groups with the teacher constantly checking in and then maybe stopping, pulling the whole class together, that is encapsulated in the language of the activity. So I think that is some of the confusion as well.
Thank you.
If I can move on. Mr. Fattabine.
Yes. You mentioned a lot of this, or the two things that were new in the new delivery of the curriculum was the text and I believe the instructional model. Is that accurate?
The new parts, yes.
Yeah,
The
so
curriculum's the same.
Right.
And the new pieces are the instructional model and the text, yes.
So the two changes, all right.
Yes.
So in this instructional model, my understanding then is what was sort of piloted was this college preparatory math CPM program.
No. Well, yes and no. This is like a policy committee. I would say yes, that the text and the instructional model are different, but one supports the other. So where they come together gets somewhat confusing, and I'll let Dr. Boyce step in if I don't state this well enough for general understanding. But the instructional model really is about how you introduce the concept, how you have the students work in groups, and you present them with open-ended questions to think about as they do the work. That's more what the instructional model is. The textbook, because it's designed to support an instructional model like that, that would be more inquiry-based, to use, Dr. Title will appreciate that, coming from me. So they're really intertwined. It would be difficult to have this new instructional model. For example, in some of the classes that I observed, the teacher may be having kids use exponential notation with variables. And instead of just saying, okay, this is the way it works. When you multiply variables with exponents, you add up the exponents, and that's how you know the answer. Now, you might say, you know, if I forget that algorithm, I'm really lost. Okay, it reminds me of, you know, the kid who says, oh, I should know how to do this, get this answer, but I can't remember. Do I subtract or do I divide? It's that kind of thing. It's an algorithm that you somehow have to remember and connect. In this method, the teachers had the kids expand. X to the third is x times x times x. And posed an open-ended question at the beginning. As you do this work, think about some patterns that you see developing in your work. So it's a whole different, you know, the kids are thinking about what they're doing, not just memorizing an
My
algorithm.
point is, though, that the program is being implemented or guided or consulted by or directed by an organization to help us learn this particular technique, the CPM?
Partially, yes, the use of the textbook to support the instructional model.
Right.
But the instructional model is very similar to what we're implementing in the elementary schools and also in 6th grade and 7th grade.
All right, but these,
This textbook supports it, yes.
but the changes are being introduced and we're being guided by the consultants. Is that the consultants were hired to teach us these techniques? Is that right? Or
Consultants were hired to teach the teachers how to use the textbook.
How to
which
use the
is very
text-
common practice in every new
Right,
textbook.
but that's my only point. I'm just trying to get to the point that there's a change, and that change is being guided by the consultants and how we can implement that change we're trying to make. So, in other words, it's the program of the computer preparatory math that is being adopted, in a sense, by their guidance and consultation. Is that accurate?
I would argue with that,
All
in
right.
keeping with our relationship. No, I would
That's
argue.
what I like
I
to
would just
say.
argue with that in that the teachers have had a lot of professional development in cooperative learning, which is part of this instructional model, provided by other trainers who have nothing to do with the textbook. They've had other professional development opportunities outside of the textbook to implement the instructional model. They have had training from CPM in how to use the textbook to so for example, this is a coin tossing activity that you do in the textbook to help to understand probability. This is how you should do the activity. That would be the training from CPM. But in terms of working in groups cooperatively, how to structure the groups, that is entirely separate from the textbook, not part of the textbook training.
But is
The
that
teachers
part-
have had both.
Right, but that's part of the development that is being introduced also by the consultants. Are the consultants, they're not,
They're training how to do the activities,
okay.
but not cooperative learning strategies. No, they're separate.
Thank
And-
you.
And you don't need to have a CPM, you don't need to have necessarily one for the other. I mean,
Right.
a lot of our classrooms in other content areas use cooperative learning.
Right. So there's other methods or techniques that can be utilized to achieve the Common Core requirements that are being driven by the state or the new requirements coming down. There's different ways that this can be achieved to achieve the Common Core standards.
We think we've chosen the best
Right. now, but
instructional
th-
model
but there
to
are
support
different ways
that, yes.
to achieve those things.
But there
And-
are, I
right.
suppose.
Thank you, Mr. Fatabeen. Mr. Carey.
So, a comment and hopefully a quick question. And Dr. Boyce brought this up, and I'm not Pollyannish. I understand the Common Core is coming down the pipe, but this seems to me to be something that is challenging us from a timing perspective. What's fascinating as I look more about the bigger picture, we're going to be having more of these discussions, I suspect, with other areas. There's a lot of debate going on in the last couple of months about language arts. We're going to be moving away from fiction to nonfiction, and what's the impact, and what kind of learners are going to be creating that way. My comment or my hope is that we can continue to have this discussion because I want to understand as a board member how the Common Core is going to help us learn math better. Someone wise once said to me, a lot of circular files come from the state, some of them we put in a circular file. I just want to make sure we're not chasing this at the expense of damaging our math program. So part of what's challenging for us as lay people is to understand where we are now, and I think Dr. Rasmussen helped with that a little bit just with some of these examples, but I'd like to get more depth in that. But where we are, how is this going to be better? I'm almost less interested in satisfying the Common Core than I am in making sure we have exceptional math learners. My question is, we're doing this in the upper grades right now. My understanding is some of the different methodologies are much more successful if you start the learning process, the different learning process, be it this one or another one, at the very early age and move up. Are we putting our kids at a disadvantage by dropping this new methodology of learning in 8th grade when they potentially have been not working this way for the prior years of their education, and is that potentially creating part of the challenge here?
I will attempt to answer it and then defer to Dr. Rasmussen, but I believe that we are attempting to mirror the balanced mathematical model that we have already implemented in grades K through 5. And we have done some instructional methodology work with grades 6 and 7 as well. Is that accurate? Do you want to say anything? Feel free.
Yeah. So I'm just going to get your question is about whether the change in starting in 8th grade was appropriate. Is that what
Not appropriate. Is it creating a problem? Is it a different methodology of learning that might be challenging some of our students?
I think the change at that level, I mean, has put a challenge, but I think it's a better challenge. As we can show, our students are learning more. I mean, we are challenging more. I think we're raising the bar. I think we want to do that in all our classes, not just in math, but in all our subjects. But I can only speak to the math. And this is the model that we are supporting to be pushed into all our math classrooms, not just 8th grade algebra, but also 7th grade, 6th grade, and on up.
Any follow-up on the introduction question that you just asked? No? Mrs. Brand.
I just want to verify something. This is actually for Dr. Title, that this math initiative was planned and budgeted for last year, and that these folks clearly are working under your direction. Am I correct?
Right. It's actually budgeted. Some was budgeted last year. Some was in the current year, and some will come forward for next year, because if you remember, the board approved some curriculum last year, so we had some. You know, this is all being phased in, and so there's different money in the math resources line in several budget years, and I think one of the things that we're trying to get a handle on here is, going forward, exactly how do we want to roll this out if we're going to do it in a major way, in terms of just how quickly and how should we, if we want to phase it in. Do we say we're going to go full speed ahead, and if the board approves the curriculum and the books, that everything happens next fall, or do we say, if the board approves, but they understand that this may be phased in over multiple years? I think the jury's still out on that in terms of the best approach. So that's something that this process has helped us rethink, and that's part of the analysis and part of the evaluation that the team is going to do about the resources, is that even if the curriculum is in place, how quickly should we introduce brand new resources and at what grade levels? So that's still an open question that we're working towards for the full K-12 in math. Now, right now we're focused very narrowly on 8th grade algebra, because that's where most of the angst appears to be. But we are going to be looking, the whole group, at the whole picture, K-12 math, and how that rolls out.
Did you get your budget question answered?
I just have one more comment then.
On the budget, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. As it relates to all of this in terms of the timing and the process, I have to say, quite frankly, I'm quite dismayed that I'm listening to this now. I would have wanted to
Mrs.
listen
Brand,
to this.
we're trying to get questions out and comments later, if I can.
I think it speaks to the timing relative to the budget. If we're going to budget for something and we're going to make a change, then I think we have to have it before we're voting on a budget, so we know what's coming in the upcoming year, and this did not happen here. And you can tell.
Again, question, if I could. Thank you. Mrs. Kennelly.
Pages of comments, questions. I've read the Common Core, and I looked at them for math, and among one of the topics in there is the acknowledgement that there are, I believe it was 4 different methodologies that they're looking at for covering these basics of Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and geometry, and that the use of this textbook, CPM, is presupposing that you've selected the methodology that Fairfield is going to pursue. The idea, most people are familiar with Algebra 1, Algebra 2 geometry, but for example, option number 2 makes reference to the idea of a blended learning of all three in 3 consecutive years, that within a year that there would be algebra and geometry and I forget the other mathematical concepts, but that is a very stark departure from what we're currently doing. And yet looking at this textbook, it presupposes we're picking that methodology. So I was wondering if you could explain where the department stands at this point on even picking the methodology that Fairfield will pursue.
I'm just going to say I'm going to disagree with your use of the word methodology. I think you're talking about a curriculum.
That was the phrase on the Common Core website.
Right, but what happened when they developed the Common Core in math is that there was no appendix for it, and they went back later. All they did was lay out in 9 through 12, lay out the standards with no guidance in what this would look like in a course. And then an organization called Achieve, which is a nonprofit working with the Common Core, went back and developed what courses might look like that would incorporate these standards. One is the traditional sequence that we follow, Algebra 1 geometry, Algebra 2. The other is integrated math, where over a 3-year period, the concepts of Algebra 1 geometry and Algebra 2 are still addressed, the standards are still addressed, but every year is a mixture of Algebra 1 and geometry. So in order to go on that route would mean writing a curriculum that reflects that, and that's not what Fairfield has had, and so it isn't the direction that we went in. Does that help?
So the answer to the question then is that Fairfield has committed to can I meld the two, curriculum methodology, that taking on that blended idea is not something Fairfield's looking to do, looking to gather data on?
I've been here so in a recent amount of time that I can't tell you what discussions happened before I came, but it's a very important discussion that has to be made before curriculum is written, and obviously instructional materials to support the curriculum are chosen.
So I'll attempt to answer. The teachers will be writing curriculum, have already, I guess, and I do not believe they've gone with the blended approach. Is that correct? They're still going to have a it has changed somewhat in the Common Core. The math practices, which I read to you, have been added, and some of the concepts have been moved from one year to another year in the elementaries. But essentially, the concepts that have traditionally existed, the concepts and procedures, I guess, that have existed in Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and geometry will remain the same, and that is how we're writing our curriculum. We're not doing a 3-year blended approach.
Thank you. Mr. Convertito, your most important question?
My most important question.
Pick one, that's what I did.
Wow. You stated that basically what we're discussing here is an instructional model, okay? So I guess my question, if I can cheat a little bit, is twofold. Is it the same instructional model that was adopted in the K-5 curriculum last year? And is it only 8th grade that this is being rolled out in, or is it all of middle school?
The instruction model are using an extensive amount of cooperative learning through rigorous tasks has been something we've been working on extensively, and it probably dates back to when we started talking about the Common Core about a little over a year ago. We've had professional development on the mathematical practices. We've done even activities that the teachers could use in class that would model these types of instructional sequences. For example, one we did one with how do you use algebra tiles to to show multiplication of two binomials. And then as we've continued, our August Professional Development Day for the entire district was on cooperative learning and with integration of rigorous tasks. I mean, this is the instruction model we're pushing towards, because to really show and to really develop these students' thinking and understanding of mathematics. And that's where this really comes from.
Can I just wanted to add to that. I think what is the same that we've been working on in elementary and are expanding into sixth grade, 6, 7, and 8 is what we would call a balanced approach. And think of it in terms of a balanced literacy approach, which we're more familiar with. In literacy, we want kids to be able to read, to write, to speak, to listen. We want them to understand spelling, vocabulary. In math, we want to have the balanced approach with kids being able to understand why they're doing something the way they're doing, be able to explain the concept, so communication is part of it. We want them to have fluency with their math facts. We want them to have the skills they need to do the calculation. So it's blending it all together. The elementary model has been working on that. The elementary model has included a lot of cooperative learning. So yes, we're trying to continue the same approach and move it up.
So it's not just being used in 8th grade, it's being used throughout the district.
Yes. Not in the same way. The textbook is not.
It's the same learning model we're using throughout the district. Okay. So to piggyback on that question, I told you I was going to cheat.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Why is it that 8th grade math has caused everybody in this room consternation?
Thank you.
We're teaching, I would say,
Why we're here is my assumption.
it's the same course we're teaching in 9th grade. And we haven't heard a lot of consternation. So that question, I can't answer that question.
And it might get answered when the public comment period comes up. Mr. Liu.
Thank you. Thank you. I have so many questions, but here's a statement here on this quotation from the CPM mathematics that you included in our packet that says, if you decide not to purchase the books by July 31st, 2013, you will return the books to CPM, and the $13,000 becomes a one-year use fee. Isn't that contrary to what you stated earlier?
That, I believe, is on the CPM contract, and it is contradictory to what I stated, and I'll explain that. Textbooks always build into the price of each individual student textbook. They build in the price of free professional development, and they generally build in the price of each individual textbook significant packets of teacher materials that are free. But they're not free. They're built into the cost of the textbook. So what they did when they said they would loan us the class sets of books, they told us they would have to charge us $13,000, and they said for the use of the books, because they are not going to publish, that they spend $13,000 on professional development because that's a hidden cost in their textbooks.
So they're going to eat $13,000?
No, we paid them $13,000.
Paid them?
Yes.
Because I thought you said earlier that if we decide not to do it, we're going to get this back.
We paid them $13,000. However, should we choose not to continue next year,
Right.
we return the books at no additional cost to the district.
Oh, I
If
didn't
we
hear that.
keep them, we purchase them.
And that is a regular way of working? We put
Yes.
out that kind of money? I mean, I'd love to see then all the other things we're spending on without somewhat approval. I mean, on the same line, I'm going to cheat a little bit too. CPM. Is it true that we have an employee who works as a rep for CPM?
I have no knowledge of an employee that works as a rep for CPM. Is anyone else at the table?
No?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Mrs. Gerber.
Thank you. This is directed in terms of the classroom, what's going on in the classrooms. There's obviously a lot of concern about the way in which the small groups are being conducted. And having spoken to teachers in this district and other districts, and and looking at a lot of different curriculum, small groups are in a lot of different places. This isn't unique to CPM, but what appears to be unique to CPM is the way in which the small groups are constructed. From what I can discern, it seems to be very specific roles go to each student in the group, and they seem to be very rigid in terms of what students are able to and not do in terms of their prescribed roles. So I think while some people might be fine with small group learning, I think this specific type of small group learning has become a serious concern to students and parents based on feeling very constrained. So I just wanted to get more information as to how you've seen that in your classroom.
Can I just piggyback on that and just offer a little bit of clarification, because I have the book right in front of me, because I know exactly what you're talking about.
Members' permission?
The resource manager, the facilitator, the reporter, and the task manager, I think, am I correct, Mrs. Gerber? Is that what you're?
Yeah, they have specific titles and specific roles, and from what I can tell, only one person on the team can actually ask the teacher a question if the rest of the team approves it. It just seems like, you know, small groups are fine, but if there are these very, very specific roles, depending on who are in those roles, I could see it being very different from group to group and not necessarily, you know, constant throughout a whole classroom based on who has what role in what group.
With the way the group roles work, from my understanding is it is not, today you're the resource manager and every day for the next month and a half you're the resource manager. It switches. However, this is an option. This, if you read through the teacher textbook, it says if you are choosing to use these roles, I do not use them in my classroom. It is an option. I personally don't use them, and I know a lot of other teachers don't use them as well. It's a way of, CPM is trying to get the groups to have less questioning from an entire group, where you don't have 4 kids asking the same question. It's one student in a group asking the one question that they all have. But I personally find that working with each student within the group works just as well. It's a different method. I choose not to use the group roles, and it's, I believe I saw you walk in with the teacher text as well.
Yeah.
If you read through that, you will see that there are sections that say, if you are doing this using the group roles, you may want to do A, B, and C. It's a teacher choice.
Do you have a follow-up to that question?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My apologies to the board for asking you to pick your best question. But again, I'm trying to also make sure that this board gets a chance to hear public comment before the witching hour, if you will. Is there any other last vitally important question before we move on? Mrs. Iacono.
I appreciate wanting to move the clock along, but this is our opportunity to finally get everything out there, and I want to take the opportunity to do that, because I think you guys are doing a fantastic job explaining what is going on in the classroom, and it's nice to hear. It was nice to hear from the parent community. I'm thankful for the opportunity to hear from you, and I want you to have the time to get out your side of the story. I'm also happy to hear that, and I only had part 2 of the teacher manual, so I might have missed the whole resource, you know. So there's flexibility, I guess, is what is happening, because here's what I don't like about the book. And I do want to comment that I'm really glad that you're bringing back the other textbook and trying to find a way to make this an easier transition for the students. So I commend you for that, and I thank you. Here's where I'm having trouble, and I'm wondering if you could provide some clarification. In one of the problems, they work on a football field, and it says, in problem 6.2, clarify that the north and the south end of the field refer to the outside edge of the end zones. Students may get an absurd answer if they forget to change yards to inches. Allow students to struggle and make sense of the problem by themselves before hinting to them to check the units. The units of the model are in inches. They will need to convert yards to inches to use the model, and then back to yards to report the results. The concept I'm having trouble with is allowing the students to struggle. I understand allowing them to think and to discuss, and how does the struggle part not cause frustration to the point of being turned off? Or maybe we don't even follow this, which is fine
Oh,
with me because I'm having trouble.
I think that that may be part of the issue. And I think kids have always struggled. But in this environment, we're asking kids to struggle in a situation where we're able to observe their struggle. When kids are seated in rows, working individually, we don't know if they're struggling. We don't really know we don't know if they're thinking. We don't really know if they're doodling or writing notes to their neighbor. In this model, we are asking more difficult questions, and certainly the goal is not to have a child struggle until they become frustrated. And part of the format is that if they do struggle, they can talk to someone in their group to help them. But the idea is if we always have the answer ready for them and they don't struggle a little bit about how to get to the answer, then they're not learning as well as they could. And I'm sure that all the teachers, all of us, have to fine-tune that to recognize when some of our students are struggling and when they're getting frustrated, because we don't want them to get frustrated. So, but I do believe, and that is part of the perseverance. Not all problems can be solved in 30 seconds. And a lot of kids want to solve them in 30 seconds, and so they have to persist and sometimes struggle a little bit. But the research indicates that that's how they develop better conceptual understanding and how they learn to learn on their own better. So I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that. But so yes, there is some struggle built into it. But we can't ask, on one hand, everybody wants us to challenge the students. We can't challenge them and make it easier all at the same time. So any adult knows that when you have to do a really difficult task, sometimes you have to struggle, and that takes persistence. And so, yes, there is some struggle built into the
But
whole process.
but what I'm hearing from you is you're mindful of watching for when it turns to frustration.
Yes, I
Okay.
think the teachers are very mindful of that.
Thank you.
Follow up on that? Mr. Fedemine, anything else?
I guess maybe a quick question, or a question, I guess, in your presentation, you also mentioned that our test scores seem to be falling below that of our reference group. And therefore, a certain change would be warranted. I certainly agree with that. The question is, I guess, that I have is, any of our reference groups, have they adopted or utilized the CPM program? In other words, the ones we're falling behind.
Of our district, our DRG, no. The only other one that we have in our state is Mansfield, who has adopted it, algebra and also K through 8.
Right, but the ones in our DIRG, our reference group, they're ahead of us for some other reason, not because of they've adopted this program, we haven't. There's some other mystery to their success, in essence.
Thank you, Mr. Fedemine. Mr. Carey, do you have anything else or not? No? Mrs. Brand?
Was this textbook presented to the curriculum committee?
Was the CPM textbook presented to the curriculum? Do you want to describe the process?
The process that we went through, we did we had a classroom visits with a small committee of teachers that went actually watched this in action in Mansfield. Then we also had a committee of teachers that actually went through resources, and then they recommended this resource, and especially for pilot for next year.
I think actually you actually sent that, but again, I understand that you consulted with teachers. I know you went to visit Mansfield. I'm asking you, was the textbook presented to the curriculum committee?
No.
Dr. Teitel, do you know?
I don't believe so, and I do not believe that's part of the process until it's being considered for adoption.
Thank you, Mrs. Brand. Mrs. Kennelly, anything further?
I just wonder if you could clarify how we're proceeding from here, because you differentiated between questions and comments. I have comments, but if you want us to retain our comments till public comment is over, I would just like some clarification of how we're proceeding.
I think all board members have made some introductory comments before they've asked a question.
I refrained.
And some have refrained, that's correct. I think we're trying to investigate this and gather facts and information. There will be a lot of opportunities for the debate side as we hear later on, as a result of their year's experience, what their final recommendation will be on textbook as well as curriculum. So I'm trying to get at the facts. Again, by the applause from the audience, it would suggest that the board could go on for another hour and you'd sit there patiently for an opportunity to talk, but I'm trying to blend those two requirements. But do you have a comment and question?
I'll keep this one short. I could make it longer. I do understand a constructivist approach to education in terms of meeting each student in their zone of proximal development. If you take ed psych classes, you get to study that. The idea of meeting students where they are. If you're trying to learn to bench a heavier weight, you don't stay at the same weight. You have to rip the muscle a bit. It rebuilds, it grows, and that the brain is the same way. So I understand the concept of the struggle that Mrs. Iacono mentioned. However, I am hearing overwhelmingly opposing points of view to what you're saying in terms of individual students' struggles being met. I'm hearing of silence from struggling students. I'm hearing frustration from struggling students. That is a zone of proximal development that is not encouraging growth, knowledge, or learning. But for me, I think I come back to a more baseline issue, and this is an issue for the board and not for the four people here, which I will say I did find your presentation extremely enlightening, and I appreciate all that you had to say. But at the end of the day, we're using an unapproved textbook, and this is a textbook that, and I'm glad that it has forced in any size, shape, or form our teachers to use an instructional model with which they're finding that they're meeting such success and that they have gleaned so much from, perhaps more than they might otherwise have done. But I'll use Mrs. Gerber's word of rigidity, which I also had written down, and that this group instructional model is of such a rigid nature that it raises this instructional model to the level of curriculum. And we have not approved this curriculum. We have not approved this textbook. We have not measured this textbook against others. And so I see this might be something we have to address more quickly than waiting until a March, April, May presentation on curriculum.
If I could, please, Mr. Convertito.
Did you get all that? I think baseline what we have here is basically a failure to communicate and come out front with this thing, okay? I cannot, in recent history, in being either this side of the table or the other side, remember a point where a textbook was piloted for a whole year across every section of a grade level. And if I'm willing to stand corrected on that if somebody can show me otherwise. That said, I can tell you I have gotten numerous comments back from teachers within the district who love this model and are telling me it's a successful model and to please support it. On the other side, I'm getting parents who are absolutely frustrated with it, okay? And I think what we have here is a tremendous failure to communicate, and unfortunately that rests on this side of the table. And for whatever reason, we have been left sort of holding the bag at this point, and I'm not quite sure how we proceed with this thing. We're almost halfway through the school year, and we still don't have significant questions answered as to, one, how it came about, okay, and how a textbook was purchased, because last year in the budget process, I specifically asked about the professional development within the math curriculum, and I was told it was for professional development. I was not told it was to purchase a book, okay? And you can check the record on that one. So I don't know where we proceed from here, and I don't know why we're why we're doing this tonight, because it doesn't seem like we're doing anything other than gathering information upon which we can't act upon.
Yeah, we included the item on our agenda at the request of 3 or 4 of our board members, and so that the information opportunity was asked for. Mr. Liu.
Thank you. So, in April, what would you be giving us in April?
In April, you will receive the new curriculum that has incorporated everything from the Common Core, and you will receive a recommendation for a textbook after it goes through the full curriculum committee review.
So it's a curriculum. This is the thing that we've been talking about all this time. What is it then?
We're using the old curriculum. We haven't
Then
changed
why would we
it.
be approving
Mr.
a
Liu,
curriculum?
Mr. Liu, if she could kind of finish your sentence before
please,
you.
Please.
Thank you.
Well, whenever we rewrite a curriculum based on a change in the standards, the teachers use the old curriculum until it's adopted by the board for the new curriculum. We are in the process of writing the curriculum for math in grades 6 through Algebra 2, and that will be presented to the board in the spring. What you have in your packets is not the new curriculum. What the teachers are using is what you have in your packets.
What I hear you saying, though, is that you are creating a curriculum, which is something we have to approve, and that with all the different words that you have, unfortunately, as you stated up front, made the mistake by trying to deceive us by calling it something else.
Mr. Liu.
Or that.
Mr. Liu, please.
Okay. That that we have been, misled? Is that the word I should use?
Mr. Liu, please.
That you have parents, you have board members, you have all of us confused, and unfortunately, by doing so, you have us skeptical. So when, I feel like, is this a game that we're playing where we're going to...
Mr. Liu. You get to a question. No, Mrs. Gerber, please.
Just, this is hypothetical. If it was decided, and I'm not even sure, I don't think it's something that can happen tonight, but if it was decided at some point that we could not use this CPM book anymore, what would that do to the remainder of this school year in terms of how the curriculum was delivered?
You want to try to address that? I'll try to address it. I think it would...
Would it be a problem?
I
Would it
believe
be something that would be really
problem,
bad
and
for
my-
the curriculum?
And I believe it would be a problem, and I guess my biggest concern is that we have 2 different factions. We have the parents and the teachers. The teachers are in the classroom with the students. The teachers are observing excellent mathematical learning from the students. And they have seemed to be supporting this instructional model. There's a lot of us who have observed the classes, and we're seeing very high-level learning from the students. We're seeing 100% engagement. So the question I would like to have answered is, how would it impact the students? And that's a question I can't answer. But I don't think it would be positive. I can say that.
Thank you. We've devoted about an hour and 20 to this discussion, and I would like to move the board on. Is that an acceptable to help move on to the other agenda items so that we can get to the public? Mrs. Brand, quick.
Just one more thing, speaking to Mr. Convertito's point. As a board member and coming to board members prior, I too have never seen a textbook used in the district without it coming before the board. I have never seen a textbook not brought with a curriculum and presented in conjunction with a curriculum, presented to the board and approved first. And my concern with what we're dealing with now, and to your point with communication, is that what would be the acceptable process is to come before the board, justify the decision, proving that it has been voted, and that we've worked out all these kinks and tweaking whatever is needed to be done, so that we're not going down the road, as Mrs. Gerber had said, trying to wonder whether or not we've made the right choice. We should be confident that whatever decision we choose for a text or instructional model is good. We should not have to tweak it, because then that suggests to me that we have chosen something wrong. I think there's a process. I don't think this process was followed.
I think Dr. Parks kind of accepted the fact that that is true and has learned from that. Thank you. Mrs. Iacona, last comment.
I wanted to thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's true. You opened your comments with there are things that you can learn from the rollout. You admitted it right up front. Thank you. Yeah, there was a breakdown in process, and maybe at a later meeting we can all get in a room and we can have a meeting on what's the best way to do this, because maybe this isn't good for you guys and maybe it's not good for us, and we can come to a meeting on of the minds on how we do it going forward. So thank you for just stating it. And what I care about are the 10,000 kids in the district and what they're learning and how they're learning it. And I don't really want to sit here and point fingers all night going, well, you should have done this and you should have done that, and na. I want them to learn, and I thank you for taking the opportunity to hear, to listen, and to make sure they're learning.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the last few business items that we have, which include the second reading of the policy.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion to make. The motion, I would like to add an item to the agenda. I understand that requires a 2/3 vote.
Yes.
And I don't know if this is going to affect anything that Mr. Carey has briefly left the building, so, left the room, so I'll talk until he comes back. The agenda item I'd like to add is...
just so that Mr. Carey can come back, I'll allow the motion, okay. So that he hears what the motion is and suddenly isn't walking into the room just as we're asking for his vote. You left at a very key time, Mr. Carey. Mrs. Kennelly wishes to add an item to the agenda, and so she's about to explain what it is and why.
I did want to tell you, again, I'm very happy with everything that I did here. However, I think this is, I actually found something said just very recently to be very telling, and it is the explanation behind my request for an addition to the agenda. The idea that the teachers are so happy absolutely makes sense. This idea of real-life practical problem solving is a critical move.
Could you say what it is and then make the argument for it?
That we stop the use of CPM, the mandated use of CPM in our classroom. It is an unapproved text.
You've been very good so far. I do very much appreciate it, but if I could ask you to just hold your applause so that we can hear
As I stumble along, I appreciate that.
So you wish to add that item?
As an agenda, that the direction from the board to the superintendent and his office be that, and
So-
that, just to clarify, or should I stop there with the
Yes,
motion?
stop there, so that we don't debate the pros and cons of whether that, we're really debating the motion to add that topic to the agenda. And so Mrs. Kennelly would like to make a motion to add the topic of stop use of the textbook. Is that in essence what you would like to do?
Yes.
Mr. Liu, you would like to second it. Mrs. Kennelly, you now have the floor to make your comments.
Okay.
Oh, no, a second.
no, we have to-
Second. Yes, you have your floor to make the comments on behalf of your motion
So this is the motion to get it added to the agenda.
as to why you want to add it to the agenda, yes. Not the issue behind it, but why you want to add it to the agenda.
The reason that I'm asking for the board's support, a 2/3 vote, to add it to the agenda is so that we'll have a discussion right now among the 9 of us of whether we want to continue with a direction in which we had no input, in which we had no say, in which a textbook is chosen from which we have received a great deal of input, positive and negative. And so I would ask that we have that discussion now, and we may decide it is worthwhile and that we like enough of what we have heard here tonight. But I think the discussion needs to be now, not with a, okay, we'll just go along, and for some students, that could mean last year. So I request your consideration.
So just on the item whether we should or should not discuss that item, any comments in other discussion or comments about whether we should or should not address that motion?
Can I the motion is, as I understand it, to stop using the text.
No,
To
no.
add, to
Put
put
on
on
the
the
agenda.
agenda a discussion of that.
Well, put on the agenda a motion, add as an agenda item, a motion, that would have the effect, should it pass, of stopping use of the text.
No, no.
No?
The board is in no position to do anything about this text. We are in no voting position because it is not on our agenda. It was part of the superintendent's report. We don't vote on the superintendent's report. For us to have an item to vote on, we need it added to the agenda, then we decide if we would support using it or not. But I'm just asking for it to be added to the agenda.
Adding to
First,
the
just
agenda the
add to
motion.
the agenda,
I understand.
and then I would ask her to make an official motion on that topic.
But we can't have a discussion without a two-thirds vote even adding it.
Yeah, so there'll be two motions. One is to add the topic to our agenda for discussion and action, and the second
action.
motion would be, Mrs. Kennelly would, if we approve it 6-3, or 6 to whatever, then Mrs. Kennelly would put an official motion on the table to the effect of stopping use of that textbook right now. Is that clear to you now? We're first just adding the topic to the
Adding the
agenda.
topic.
Topic to the agenda for discussion and action.
I don't understand that procedure, but you would add you would move to add an agenda item being the motion that you're going to bring. I don't know, you bring a discussion item, then you bring a motion item?
Yeah, I mean, you're not doing
I don't understand that aspect
If,
of it.
if I may.
All right, so Mrs. Brand.
If I may, I actually agree with Mr. Fadabine. What we would be doing would be very specific in the motion that you're going to put before us. We would decide whether we want to put it on the agenda or not. Once it is on the agenda, then we could discuss it and vote it up or down. But it would expedite the process, quite frankly.
Do you have a
if-
motion that is kind of worded as you would like to have it worded? I was trying to buy you some time to kind of
And I
get it
completely
officially
failed
worded.
you. I did not take advantage of that time. The motion that I would be proposing, should this get added to the agenda, is that the Fairfield Board of Education instructs the superintendent's office to cease use of the unapproved textbook CPM.
Does the secretary have that down?
And I am open to friendly amendments. Should it get that far.
Okay, Mrs. Kennelly, I have the motion that the Fairfield Board of Ed instructs the superintendent's office to stop use of the CPM textbook. Is that correct? That is the motion that you want to add to the agenda.
Mr. Liu, you seconded that, correct? So, on discussion as to whether to add that motion to the agenda. Comments, please. Mr. Convertito.
Yeah, I can't vote for such a motion because you're taking you're cutting off our educational system at the knees in mid-year. I don't have enough information.
Speak into the microphone.
I don't have enough information, one, on a text, okay? I've never been supplied a copy of it, so I can't tell you if it's good or bad. They've stated plainly that it was a piloted program, and I think if you go by the letter of our regs and by our bylaws, they've abided by that. But I think to cut this off at the knees, you're going to leave a whole population of our educational system out on a limb.
If I could, please, with patience. Mr. Carey.
Speaking to the motion, and then if it continues, I'll speak to the, I'm not speaking to the amendment to bring the motion on, and I'll speak to the motion secondary. My concern with anything like this is it happens very infrequently here. We don't add things to agendas because we want to make sure we give the public appropriate notice of what we will be voting on, so all concerned parties can come and speak their mind. We have 11,000 parents in this district. There are roughly 1,600 students in the 8th and 9th grade. I don't know if every single opinion is represented in this room. If we are going to make the move to cease the use of this particular pilot textbook, however you want to describe it, I think that we want to give proper notice to all interested parties.
Thank you. Mrs.
I won't
Iacono.
support the motion to add it to the agenda for that exact reason. We very, very rarely add things to the agenda unless it's an emergency or it's been very well stated. And I'll go back to my Veterans Day. It was pretty clear what was going on in that subject. There's a ton of parents at home right now who have no idea what's going on with this book, and maybe they want to come in and express an opinion on whether or not it should leave mid-year. Maybe they're going to be really happy that we're bringing back the old textbook, and that will provide a bridge from now until when we get a textbook adoption. So I'm not going to add this to the agenda.
Did you have your hand up first, and then Mrs. Brand?
This is a complex issue, and while at some point in time one may agree that the textbook should not be used in the classroom, I think it will do more harm than good at this point to have a drastic cut in the delivery of the curriculum at this point. It would do more harm to the students, I believe. It may appease some individuals in town, but my concern would be the students, to drop it that quickly would be a problem. I think that it also presupposes that it is an unauthorized text, which it may be, but I'm not certain of that yet. It depends on one's interpretation. So the motion presupposes that's already a conclusion. I think it certainly puts the administration on notice that the board is very concerned about how this was done, and we should have some process where there's an orderly remedy. I'm not sure a motion that doesn't have some phase-out period or some sort of alternative inherently in that motion would be prudent and in the best interest of the children and the students. That's my concern. So I probably would not be able to support it, only for that reason. Not to say that I would not be supportive if there is some orderly process where that could be achieved.
Thank you. Two quick comments, but we do have to get a
Yep,
quick
two
motion
quick
on the
comments.
table about the 11 o'clock hour.
If I may, we're actually speaking to whether or not we want to put it on the agenda, not whether we would be pro or con. It's just to putting it on the agenda. So that is independent of what personal views or what the decision would be. And I do support putting it on the agenda.
Thank you. Please,
Can I make
you've
a
been very good. I really appreciate it.
Can I make a
Mr. Liu.
motion that we extend our meeting to 11:30? Yikes.
Is there a second? We do have to, okay, there's a second, Mrs. Gerber. Any discussion? If none, all in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 in favor. Opposed? Mr. Convertito, Mrs. Iacono. The motion passes. You had a comment?
Yeah. From what I understand, though, tonight, we only have, 25 books, and then they're using it online. So
Speak to the, if you motion,
well,
whether to put it on the
but
table or
my
not.
motion, what I'm saying is that discussing this is, I don't think it's going to hurt the math program, so to speak, because kids don't even have access to the books.
Thank you. At the moment, there's been I think, more than 3 people who have indicated their lack of support for this. Mrs. Kennelly, last comment, then we'll vote.
2 things. I think Mr. Carey raised a very good point. I hadn't thought of that. That this is something that there's a great deal of public interest in on both sides, and to add it as a definitive voting item tonight is premature. That said, and I will apologize for my ignorance of Robert's rules on how one would add something such as a January 8th special meeting, or something that precedes our getting very enmeshed in what's going to be an extremely challenging budget session in the beginning of January, which would acknowledge, again, I agree with that. I think that it is premature to do something like this tonight, not having heard both sides, but I'm not aware of how can I pull back the motion and yet make the suggestion of the January 8th. And I apologize for my ignorance.
If you pulled it back, then the
I
second,
understand the withdrawing the motion, but
then the
part
second
two.
would also have to agree with that.
Yes, second agrees.
Okay. Then the motion is withdrawn on a friendly basis. Thank you very much. Then we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is this.
But you're ignoring the second part of my question. And
Oh,
this-
I'm sorry.
I
Go ahead.
apologize. I'm actually asking for instruction from the chair. Is that how does one go about requesting a special meeting on the topic so that interested parties can be prepared, can make their argument? Because one thing that has been said, and we keep saying this is about curriculum, I'm not quite sure of the accuracy of the answer that Mrs. Gerber received, and which has affected the decision or the comments of Mr. Curry and Mr. Fadabine. That being, stopping a textbook means the teachers are being instructed, and their instructional model is being led by a curriculum, which has been very clear that there has been no changes in the curriculum according to our curriculum leader and our administration. Therefore, teachers switch textbooks, usually voluntarily, but the curriculum hasn't changed. So I think that's a little bit disingenuous. You're right, that's an editorial aside. I'm interested in adding a special meeting on January 8th specifically to address the issue of the use of a math textbook the board has not approved.
Members may ask for a meeting, but the chair and the superintendent will talk in response to your request, and we'll get an answer out to you as to whether we think we can or cannot. One of the, I'll say, the clarities of acting on the original motion that you two withdrew would be perhaps a vote that would show that the majority of the board felt that next spring was the appropriate time to address this. But I will talk with Dr. Title and then get back to you.
Thank you.
On to the second reading of Policy 6417, Student Internet. Mrs. Connelly.
This student internet use, as many of you may remember, was remanded to the policy committee to look at the wording again based on the objections of the ACLU. We have since had two policy meetings, both of which were attended by Board Attorney Don Houston, resulting in the wording that you see before you, which is Instructional Resources Student Internet Use Policy 6417.
I'm sorry, do we have to move and second this to discuss it?
What I was
There's
going...
a method to my madness,
Okay,
please.
I thought it's only fair to take the temperature of the board on this in terms of the degree of discussion we want to have about this. On your agenda, this is listed as a second reading. However, as we pointed out in policy, there have been substantial changes to the language, and that perhaps it would be appropriate to hold this over to the January meeting for the vote, which would also achieve the goal that Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Iacono have voiced, the idea of making sure the public is fully aware that this was in fact on here today as a voting item, and that perhaps it should be held over so that the board and the public have a chance to look it over. But
Okay, so Mrs. Connelly is asking if the board wishes to postpone this item to the next regularly scheduled meeting, and if so, she would make that motion, and if the board is not interested in doing that, then we will proceed with the discussion. Yes.
Well, I would make this, in essence, our first read.
Correct.
And then the second meeting being our voting.
Do you wish to postpone this?
Not table, but...
Do you wish to postpone this discussion until another meeting, the next regular meeting?
Well, my comment was, I think it's a point of order. It may be, what we're doing is treating this as a substantive change to the originally presented policy. So this would be now the first opportunity to see it, which would be the first read, so to speak. And then you have the voting at the second meeting after the first viewing of it. So this is inherent, this is, in essence, the first viewing of a change, substantively changed policy. So that's why
Vadabine is...
it wouldn't be a motion to postpone it, it would just be the first read.
No, Mr. Vadabine is arguing a point that was argued in the policy committee, because this policy, even though it was changed, did come before us as a first reading. This technically is a second reading, and so we felt, as Jennifer and I talked, that the most appropriate way to handle it was to put it on as the second reading, but then ask the board if they wanted to, per your comment in the policy committee meeting, table it till the next meeting. So that would be the appropriate motion. Mr. Carey,
I'll move to table this to the next meeting.
we have a second.
No, they did discussion before a motion.
You wish to,
Now we have a motion on the table.
we have a motion to postpone the topic to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
And that was moved by Mr. Carey, seconded by Mr. Liu, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Any discussion? Mr. Convertito.
Yeah, in the interest of time and allowing the public comment on our previous subject, I would ask Mr. Carey to accept a friendly amendment to add item 8A as well to that motion, so that we table 7B and 8A until our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Happily accept your friendly motion with the consent of Mr. Liu.
Which one? I thought we did 7A.
8A, he's talking about.
He's talking about 8A.
Bylaws. Bylaws.
Oh, thank you.
8A,
And C would go with it then.
8C, and 8D?
Correct.
All of them.
I mean, I assume that 8B is something we want to move forward on.
8B, I would really
8B,
like
we
to.
really need to
Yeah.
move.
And so would you.
So the motion is
All
to,
remaining items except for 8B be postponed till the next regular meeting.
Yes, I'll happily accept with the deference of Mr. Liu.
the motion on the table is, to postpone further discussion and action on items,
Here we go. 8A. 8C and 8D. We'll continue with 8B.
7B, 8A, 8C, and 8D.
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
Are we going to
We understand
talk
that.
about this briefly, though, so that we have something to think about, or are we going to just table it until the
Just
next time?
tabling it to the next time.
All right, fine.
Any discussion on that? All in favor, raise your hand. I'm sorry, we do have members of the public. No, this is a procedural.
You don't have to.
This is
you
a
don't have to take
procedural,
public
Mrs.
comment.
Kelly. So raise your hand if you're in favor of tabling these items till the next regularly scheduled meeting. We have a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Is there anybody that requires to, no, then we have the supplemental appropriation item, that it would be the next business item. And the recommended motion is that the Board of Education request a supplemental appropriation from the town in the amount of $820,613 for PCB remediation at Osborne Hill School. Do I have a...
So moved.
So moved, Mr. Convertito. Mrs. Gerber, seconded. Mr. Convertito, you made the motion. Do you have a comment that you wish to make? No. No? Mrs.
I'll
Gerber?
defer to Dr. Title to make the comments on this, Bill.
No, I hope we can move forward with this.
So,
Right, so procedurally, I've listed for you, with the help of the staff, all the project expenses that are impacting our current fiscal year for the Osborne Hill PCBs. I want to be clear that this does not include expenses associated with the final cleanup costs in the gymnasium. That has not been addressed, other than we have done some of the additional testing in there that we needed to do to formulate a game plan. That will come forward as a separate capital project in conjunction with the windows. So this is for the remediation done to date, and it is continuing in other parts of the building. We need to move this forward because we would like to get this on the Board of Selectmen's agenda for December 19th, so we can get it on the Board of Finance agenda in their first meeting in January, so we can get RTM approval, we hope, by the end of January, so we would know we have this available for the current fiscal year. That's why it's before you now.
any discussion, Mr.?
So, to the chair, to our superintendent, I'm assuming we need this money in the house by the end of June to tie the budget?
Right, it's an operating budget cash flow problem.
Okay.
And the reason that I need to push this forward now is if for some reason we wait until, say, May to do this, closer to the end of the fiscal year, and for some reason the RTM just decided, or anybody decided, no, you're not getting it, then we have no time to regroup at all. So we need to get a signal here, a vote, that we have this, so that's why we need to move forward on it sooner rather than later.
So just as a follow-up, if I understand, we got three things. We have the itemized 82613 that has been done to date, the gymnasium, and then other remediation in the other parts of the school. Are we going to tie the other remediation and the gymnasium together in a package for the cap? How's that going to work?
Right. We need to submit a plan to the EPA about remediating the gym and how we're going to remediate the windows, when we replace them, as well as a permanent solution to any other areas of the school that we need, that we can't do right now. So that's a package, and that's going to come separately. We're going to go forward with that separately as a capital project for bonding for the town. This is the immediate cash flow. This is our out-of-pocket expenses. I will say the informal discussions with First Selectman, Chair of the Board of Finance, and keeping them in the loop since the beginning of this has been very positive. They understand that we treated this as an emergency, that we avoided significant costs by getting the building open. And the only way to get that building open was to invest a sizable amount of money in a short period of time. So I'm thinking this is going to get a reasonably friendly reception, but until they actually vote on it, I won't be able to sleep.
Mrs. Brand, and then Mr. Fadiman.
Since we are going to be approaching and asking for money, there are always folks who are going to want to validate the need. So I would recommend, please, through the chair to Dr. Title, that we have a list of things and potential impact to our current budget and what that would do to our ongoing operations if we were not to have this.
Thank you. Mr. Fadiman.
I just want to clarify one thing. It looks like we're actually out-of-pocket cash, $320,000 approximately. Is that right? And we have POs, which we're going to have to pay, of another $306,000. So that's what we know is our out-of-pocket and in essence, depletes our budget, our current operating budget.
But you've also got the third page.
Yeah, I know, that's it.
Yeah.
But these are projected. So
These will happen.
Right.
Yes.
But there are no POs and there's no actual cash outlay yet. I'm just trying to clarify, yeah.
Yes, but we have a commitment to do the first four items on that third
Right.
page. And then we know we're going to have additional expenses for future cleaning and
Right,
additional
right.
testing
Yeah.
there. So
Right. My
the
point
risk,
being,
the risk in going forward early, and that the town need to know is, obviously, if we need to go beyond this, then it is going to be on our dime. We're not going back
we
again.
can't have time. No. My point is we have a substantial deficit or a substantial expense already in our budget, which is going to be problematic. And the foreseeable expenses in the future are projected, but maybe more or less depending on what is. But we already have a substantial hole or expense that was unanticipated. So we have a definite need to get something moving and done within this fiscal year. So there's an immediate need, in my opinion, I agree. And I don't think we have much choice but to move this forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Any final comments before we vote? Mrs. Kennelly.
Very quickly, again, your experience, and maybe Ms. Iacono would know this from her liaison positions, or Mr. Carey, will they, you used the word regrouping in May, what we'd have to do if we didn't get the money. Are they going to expect ideas of regrouping now to reduce this number? I mean, are you expecting that it'll be an up and down, or will they expect evidence of your being able to say, look, we're cutting it closer, we are doing this to our budget accordingly, or?
I don't know whether you addressed that to Mrs. Iacono to try and...
I'm not sure either, so I'll throw it at you, Mr. Chair, and you push it wherever you like.
To try and forecast what the RTM may ask for or may expect. So I think that's another category of crystal ball, but anybody wish to make a comment about that?
Just that, in my experience over several years, I haven't seen the Board of Ed have to go ask for an extra $800,000 ever. So I think we're in uncharted territory.
Yes. Final comments? If not, can I ask to raise your hands, all in favor? No. This is an action item. Are there any members of the public which would like to speak to the item concerning the Osborne Hill PCB request for supplemental appropriation? Any member of the public that wishes to speak to that issue? Hearing no members of the public, are you ready to vote? All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. It's unanimous. That's recorded as a vote. Thank you. Liaison reports. I don't believe that there's anybody that has a report that will require action at the next meeting, except for Mrs. Iacono concerning the Riverfield Building Committee, which is pending shortly.
Right. The reason why I asked to speak about Riverfield is we've been progressing down the line. We are now at a point where the building committee is going to go before the Board of Selectmen on December 19th and ask for a $15 million appropriation to move forward with the design and development process. Originally, we had numbers that said $11 million. That we gave to the other town bodies. The cost estimates came back at $17 million. We sort of did some value engineering and got it down to 15. There was a debate over what we should be asking for, and the vote ended up being 5-3-1. Some people wanting to ask for the full 17, some people wanting to get it more down to 11, some people wanting to try again. So that's where we stand. There was also a discussion about whether or not they should come back to the Board of Ed and ask us to amend our ed specs so that they could get it down to $11 million. And they decided to move forward at the $15 million mark and see what the town says, see what the appetite is. But I did want to just make the board aware of that December 19th Board of Selectmen meeting. And it is possible, should that go down, that that building committee could be back here asking us to look at our ed specs.
Thank you. One comment, Mrs. Brand?
One comment. Sands Cleary was reappointed unanimously to the Department of Health, the head of the Department of Health
Thank
last
you.
night.
We'll move on to the public comments and petitions. I do have to remind you that we're past the official hour that we're supposed to adjourn. We did vote to extend to 11:30. The leaders of the group may want to say, okay, how do we best use that 15 minutes? But you're up first, so could you give your name and address?
Tina DeJournette, 35 Quaker Lane. And actually what I planned to say, most of which got said tonight, so I've changed it, so I got to work on my chicken scratch here. For those of you who don't know, I am a teacher, mathematics, Fairfield Ludlow High School. And to answer, there was a question about why is this so much in grade 8? It's upsetting to see the papers, the blogs, the opinion pieces, where there are numerous questions asked that imply that we've done something detrimental to our students with no basis for it. And to me, that's where the outrage is coming from when you read these. I have to tell you, as a teacher who lives in this town, to wake up in the morning and read the paper and see the vile things said about me, a mathematics teacher, and the vicious things about me, a mathematics teacher, who has dedicated my life to taking care of and teaching these children and given up hours upon hours from my own children, to know that the parents think of me that way isn't a great feeling. What I ask of this board, you have given these parents a venue. You have been to their meetings, you have emailed them, you have spoken to them on the phone, you have given them a venue here. I live in this town. I can come here and talk to you for 2 minutes. The teacher who spoke to you tonight doesn't live in this town, so she could talk to you. You saw many teachers leave here tonight because they can't talk to you. You have to go to them because you're listening to the parents. You're not listening to teachers. When you say you're going to throw out this book, I don't even use it. I teach Algebra 2 and pre-calculus. Do you know how many teachers are doing a phenomenal job and you're not hearing from the parents? Have anyone called from Ward? Has anyone called from Ludlow? Has anyone called from Tomlinson? Has anyone called from Woods? because we're not getting the complaints at Ludlow High School, and as far as I know, we're not getting them at Ward. You're throwing it out because of the noise, and you're not listening to everyone. Please be respectful. Speak to the teachers who are doing this. Ask them, go to them. It's not fair to only listen to one side. And again, I live in this town, that's why I'm allowed to talk. They are not, and you have not given them the opportunity. One board member has spoken to me. That board member gave me a half an hour on the phone. I'm a resident. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whoever's next.
Yeah, Jay Marcus, 218 Osborne Lane. I don't really know what that was about. There were teachers here. I do have one comment, which is, I think you saw, I guess you guys are all approval of group teaching, students teaching other students. So maybe you can solve your medical insurance problem by cutting the teachers back and having more students teach. So I noticed, number one, this is the only program besides Mansfield. Is it Mansfield, Connecticut, I'm assuming? I think she said 100 students. I don't know. I don't know if Mansfield's number one. I only want to be judged against number one. And the thing that I found most frustrating of all of this, of all the banter that's gone on, is that, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but our scores are below average. I think that's the overriding thing. I've been in Fairfield for 9 years. I have 2 kids in school. It's been in front of the board a lot. The mathematical program, with all due respect to the teacher, I'm not blaming the teachers, I'm blaming the program, is a failure, and it's represented that from the test scores. And I think the parents have to be listened to because they are the ultimate consumer besides the students.
Thank you. If we have another speaker.
Hi, thank you. My name is Barbara Bennett. I'm a Algebra 12 teacher at Fairfield Ludlow High School, and I'd like to read a letter that all of the teachers who teach Algebra 1 at Ludlow composed a letter together and signed it. And I also wanted to mention that we were all at the intensive week-long training over the summer, all of us. The Algebra 1 teachers at Fairfield Ludlow High School who are currently using this instructional approach are in support of this methodology. We were all given the opportunity to attend not only an intensive summer workshop, but other professional developments throughout the current school year. We have found the ongoing support to be essential to the proper implementation of this method. The teachers have all been given the opportunity to collaborate with one another, as well as receive constructive feedback directly from others who have been using this methodology successfully for years. The problems we have been able to provide our students to grapple with during class require a thoughtful and logical process. The students work together in order to discover formulas, theorems, or procedures that in the past were simply presented to the class as a whole. This method provides the students with the opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the concepts this year, such as understanding not only the mechanics of finding an equation of the line, but what each piece represents in the real world. They are learning why a concept works and not just how to use it. Due to the training and mentoring, we have found this to be a very effective program. With the traditional direct instructional method, the teacher time is used primarily for whole group instruction. This instructional method allows the teachers more opportunities to reach more children for differentiated instruction. It is not less instruction, but better targeted instruction. Walking into our classrooms, one can observe an environment that allows the students to work cooperatively. The students are more engaged and focused on authentic, relevant, and rigorous tasks. We're expecting the students to respond to higher order questions and justify their answers. We're asking more of our students than we have in the past, and they are rising to the task.
Thank you very much.
And I just wanted to make another comment.
No,
Is there 2 minutes up?
Your time is up,
Okay.
so if I
Thank
could,
you.
if you have a copy of that letter and wanted to turn it into the board, we would make copies for all board members. Over to the, whatever, the secretary. Again, 2 minutes. Your name and address, please.
Suzanne Miska, 123 Rygate Road. First off, I want to commend the teachers, because if it wasn't for the teachers, the parents who are upset wouldn't even know that our children were involved in a pilot program. It's nice to know that we're finally being told that our children are in a pilot program. It took quite a while to get to this point. My problem is not whether this is the best program or the best instructional model. My problem is the failure to communicate, the defensive and dismissive attitude that has come, that we have received, the fact that the checks and balance system broke down, and the people caught in the middle of this are 8th graders. If this is the greatest thing since sliced cheese in math, then let's hear it. Let's be told about it. Why in June weren't we being included in the discussion? You know, it's just a shame that we had to get to here, because now it's parents against teachers, it's administration against parents, and this is a no-win scenario. But it all goes back to communication. And if the administration is not going to engage the parents in a more current fashion, then this is what's going to happen. The checks and balances have been put in place. That's what the Board of Ed is for. That's, as parents, what we look to the Board of Ed for. Coping and persevering, children are coping and persevering. But then when I have to hear that the adults who are putting that in a slide can't seem to find those words themselves, it's very hard to go home and say, we're all on the same team. The teachers were the ones who, in open house, were more than happy to tell us about this process. It was the administration who told us we were all crazy. So can we get this communication ironed out? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who is next?
Hello, Kelly Crisp, 194 Paper Mill Lane. I've written my comments today. I normally don't speak with written comments, but I understand the time constraints. Had parents not had the courage and commitment to speak about the math curriculum, I doubt we would be having this discussion about math tonight. A math curriculum that is out of line with every other district in the state, save one, that has been driven by a math curriculum leader who is new to the field of curriculum development and who I believe lacks the credibility to propose.
We do not make personal attacks on
Okay.
staff members.
Alrighty. Believe me, no one wants to be that parent. The parent who is vocal, who pushes, the parent who won't let it go, the parent who won't trust, who won't wait till next year. The parent who, after trying time and time again to be reasonable, has lost confidence in the Board of Education and the administration. The parent who is mad as hell because her child is suffering and her child's future is being jeopardized. How long would you wait and do nothing? Smart, well-educated, and well-intentioned parents have advocated for a strong math curriculum for months and some for years. When we advocate on behalf of our children, we don't leave our resumes, life experiences, and common sense at the door. We want our children to graduate from top-performing schools with high SAT scores, ready for top colleges. Please fix this mess. It can be fixed. We don't have to wait till next year.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Cindy Johnston. I live at 910 North Benson in Fairfield. And first off, I want to say I'm not against this this method or what the approach that's being taken. And I'm also not against my child struggling. I'm a tough love. I think the more challenge, the better. And I know my learning experiences are from, the tougher times in my life. I feel like as a parent, this was an implementation issue, that, there was some miscommunication, but, I think when it was implemented, I'm just not sure that there were the checks and balances. Whenever you do anything new, whether it's in business, in the school, anywhere, having those extra kind of checks to make sure that what we're doing is actually effective. I'm not sure that those were there in place, and I think that's what caused a lot of the concern initially. And I'm not an active parent. Like, I haven't been to this was my first year ever at a Board of Ed meeting, because I never needed to be. But when you're really, not gifted, but very high math student, doesn't want to come to school because she's paralyzed, you have to get involved. And the more that I learned about it, I think it's just, different expectations, a different way of learning, and, helping them along with understanding that. So I guess going forward, so now I'm a parent and I'm left with a bit of lack of confidence. How do I check? How do I know if this really is working? My fear is that they're going to, get to high school and this new, exam is going to be implemented.
Can you wrap it up,
And it's too
please?
late. So if that can be addressed and if we can be heard, I think that's the key.
Thank you very much. Now, before the next speaker, if I can, the board would have to take another action to stay beyond 11:30 because the next speaker is likely to exceed it.
I'm going to be quick.
You'll be.
I
is-
will.
And
I promise I will.
yeah, are you
I don't
the
have an 8th grade student, so
are you
I'm
the
really
last?
not as
Are you the last speaker? There are two last speakers.
I'm just sitting here.
Okay. Do I have it correct? Two last speakers? Okay. I will declare that the clock says 11:20 at the moment. Please speak.
Christine Vitale, 250. Oh, sorry.
Motion to suspend the rules, Mr. Chair, and extend the meeting by 10 more minutes to
Fair enough.
11:40.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Please go forward.
I was trying to get it in there. Christine Vitale, 254 Vernon Hill Road. I do not have an 8th grader, so I'm not as passionate in the classroom. I have a 6th grader who participated in the pilot program at the elementary school level last year and loved it. And if her CMT scores are any indication, it worked for her. She actually misses the group environment in 6th grade now. I'm saying this as just maybe a panacea for those parents that are concerned. It can work, and it can be very good for children. After hearing all about this, I had to do some research about Singapore and Hong Kong, and it seems like this group inquiry method is being used in those countries. So I would be very hesitant moving forward to just throw out a textbook that's being used as a resource, it sounds like, for teachers to implement that, not curriculum, but maybe method of instruction. And it shouldn't, to this board, it shouldn't come as that much of a surprise that this method of instruction is happening now at the secondary level, because when we talked about the elementary school level, we said it was going to be happening in the future, because all grade levels are going to have to come in line with the Common Core standards. So we knew it was coming down the pike. Maybe some parents didn't just because it wasn't on their radar then. But going forward, I think that we just need to focus on learning and what's being done in the classroom, and not whether or not they're struggling, and not are they learning? And we have to some extent, defer to ourselves as parents, but we have to look at the test scores, and we have to listen to our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last comment.
Hi, Susie Byrne, Cross Highway. My son also was in a pilot, I guess, last year, using this workshop model of teaching in 7th grade pre-algebra. And, he was okay. This is about a book, okay? That's what this is about, not about a teaching methodology. The book was unapproved. No one knew about it, et cetera, et cetera. Suffice it to say, I have written numerous letters to the administration, to the board. I've written to the principal, the teachers, everybody, okay? Suffice it to say, I've made my complaint. And from what I can tell, the board is unwilling and failing to address my complaint. So I have looked into the state statutes, and Section 10.4b says that any resident of a local or regional school district or parent or guardian of a student enrolled in the public schools of such school district who has been unable to resolve a complaint with the Board of Education of such local or regional school district may file with the State Board of Education a complaint in writing alleging the failure, which I believe is what's happened here, or inability of the Board of Education of such local or regional school district to implement the educational interests of the state in accordance with Section 10.4a. Section 10.4a states that the educational interests of the state shall include, sorry about that, the mandates in the general statutes pertaining to education within the jurisdiction of the State Board of Education. Those statutes would be sections 10-20, which says that the Board of Education shall establish a curriculum committee. Our policy states that the superintendent shall establish that committee. Section 10221,
Time.
Section 10228, and 10229.
Thank you.
You won't be getting any more emails from me. That's the good news.
Thank you very much. I do thank the public for their patience and their understanding and their clear presentations tonight. Our last item on the agenda is open board comment. Dr. Title does have one comment that he wishes to make that I failed to move on to in his superintendent's report. So Dr. Title and then Mrs. Iacona.
Oh, I'm not a member of the board, but I was instructed to speak at this moment. Just a couple things. This meeting in the past year was when the board approved and reviewed its capital non-recurring projects. Last year you got a booklet, the whole thing. We went through the process. I just wanted to tell you that just following the board's approved facilities plan, the way it falls out, there are no projects this year that fall into that category. That's the sort of over 200,000 and under $1 million category. We were very fortunate last year. Basically all of our projects got approved, and so we're sort of in a lull. So the work we're doing is either in the operating budget because they're, say, $100,000 or less, or it's going to be in a large capital project. The Osborne Hill, possibly Sherman Phase 3, Riverfield. I mean, there's no shortage of projects going forward, but just so you know, we didn't forget, and it's not the case that we're never having this. Likely, next year, there will be some that fit this category. So I just wanted to let you know, and I've been alerting the town bodies to this. And the second thing is, one of the discussions the board had about the budget, and we're ramping up to put together the book, and while we got a lot of favorable comments on it, if people had improvements that we could make to the budget document itself, if you could let me know as rapidly as possible, I would say within a week, if you had some suggestions. Takes a lot of work to put that together as it is. We tried to scale it back, but if there was a tweak here or there, or geez, if you could just explain this a little better, or you know, something that you think would help us communicate our budget to the public, that was part of the discussion we had about board involvement in the budget and improving the budget process. So silence indicates we'll go forward with basically the same. If we hear something within a week, we'll do our best to incorporate it if we can. Okay?
Mrs. Iacona. Mrs. Iacona.
I had two things. I apologize. I came in late, but I don't know if you already did this. With the committee assignments,
Yeah, it's on your.
no, I know, but did you guys vote to form these committees, training and Robert's Rules, goals, mission, goals, budget engagement?
It is, I'll respond. It's the only committee, advisory committee, that was approved by the original motion was the Communications Committee, similar to the handbook, where the board asked, well, the chair asked an individual member to manage the process of looking at the handbook and consult with the policy committee and other committees. In the case of the training and Robert's Rules, I did ask Mr. Fattabine to be the champion, if you will, and lead that process, but it's not a committee.
Okay. And missions and goals
Same
and budgets
thing.
and engagement,
Yeah.
they're not committees?
They're not committees. I will want to have some discussion on the mission and goals because the first 3 or more people that I chatted with, although all 9 of us voted in favor of that, the first 3 or 4 people I talked to did not have an interest in being the leader of that, which says to me that perhaps there might be some discussion that should take place so that there's clarity with whoever is going to lead that as to what the board's hope is. So we'll make sure that that gets on the agenda so that I can make sure that we know what direction we're going with in those, to implement those goal areas.
Thank you.
Mrs. Brand.
Yeah, it was my understanding that that was going to policy, and then I know Mr. Convertito had mentioned the formation of an
Correct.
ad hoc committee. Okay.
Correct, it is going to policy, and it's a question of who will raise their hand and say, I'll be the champion.
But it's not a committee?
It's not a committee, it's assigned to the policy committee to manage.
Okay.
And if the policy committee did want to create an ad hoc committee, they'd have to come back to the board, and the board would have to act as to whether to do it that way or not.
Correct. Same with the budget engagement then as well?
Same thing, yes.
Thank you.
Any other final comments on open board comment? No comments on open board comment. I thank the public, I thank the board for the patience at this very busy meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Mrs. Brand, Mr. Fattabine, all in favor, raise their hand. That's unanimous.
Oh, I made him commit to making sure we get out of policy.
Just say we're adjourned. Yeah.